Hogging the audience. Yeah. Yeah, Dwarf Dragon. Used to be rich in the Twitch chat. Let's play some Dwarf Fort. Speaking of, we return to Dragonspike. I'd need a bot in the YouTube chat to even be able to do that, JJ. I need to figure out some way for YouTube chat people to be able to be dwarfed, but right now it's just you have to hope that somebody in the Twitch chat adds somebody in the YouTube chat and dwarfs them. Anyways, there's a Forgotten Beast in the middle of the screen. It's fine. This Forgotten Beast could very easily walk into the basement of the fortress, and I think it did when I was recording the tutorial this morning. Okay, so before I do anything, I've got two people to name. I've got to name Draconsoul, and go pick someone in YouTube chat then. Suited. Or maybe Elfie could recommend somebody. Elfie spends a lot of time over there. So, Twitch chat, yes or no? Does somebody in YouTube chat get a dwarf? And also, Draconsoul, what kind of dwarf do you want? My daily drug. It's good to see you, Insulina. Hope you're doing well. Saddest Mason. None of them are really sad, though. Do you want Raoul? He's kind of meh. Oh, actually, sorry, there's Arish. This one, the stoneworker. Does that work? I didn't see Arish up there. Make him... No! Raging Cave. That's like, you know, besides the point. Creed, you're cheating. We all know that you're a regular over here on the Twitch side of things. Come on. Okay. Draken. S-O-U-L. You really need to pray to Einon Beach Coasts. Well, Einon Beach Coasts, so I need to make a bunch of temples. She's completely wrapped up in her own appearance and abilities and other personal matters. She is very curious, sometimes to her detriment, and she is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She is a very calm demeanor, and she is stubborn. She rarely feels the need to... She rarely develops negative feelings and towards things, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she doesn't seek out excitement, and she has an active imagination, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and doesn't focus on material goods. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally thinks that introspection is valueless, and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools and respects power. You seem like a really annoying Twitter poster, I just gotta say. Values tradition and does not really value skills related to fighting. Likes Pericles and Electrum, milk quartz, white-handed gibbon leather, giant muskox horn, Rami paper, and the color cinnamon, splints and the words of the true reason, and when possible prefers to consume gutter crewor and cow's milk and absolutely hates worms. How's Fort going? Fort go good. How's Lanix going? We only just started. She is average in size and her nose is quite long. Her aquamarine eyes are sunken and her head is short and her ears are slightly flattened and her hair is ochre and her long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her skin is raw umber. What juice box wielder can we bring in? That's funny. You're gonna make Yell fight for a dwarf throwing $100 into a group of hobos. Oh no. I mean, that's dark, but never do that. Feels interested near a fine trap and euphoric due to inebriation. So I don't think Elfie's here right now. So I'm just gonna pick somebody who gifts a lot of things into the chat. And also the first one, well, actually, how about we do this? YouTube chat. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10. The first person to type it in gets it. That's cheating, Creed. JJ got it. It was 6 anyway. I'm not giving it to you, Creed. You frequent the Twitch chat, okay? How did that rock get into that wall? More questions at 11. We're giving it to JJ. So chat room, what kind of dwarf do you think JJ gets? Twitch chat. What kind of dwarf do you think JJ gets? I did say YouTube, but they can guess anyway. You are right. I did say YouTube chat. Creed with the greed. Guide Blind is being mean to me on YouTube. I mean, arms wide open? Arms closed? God damn. Sad face. Blazer, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back, dude. Okay. JJ, beard or no beard? Can I would like a scribe? Can I would like a scribe? I don't have any scribes because I don't have a library yet. Although the library is going to go into the volcano, so I can give you like a gentleman's agreement that I will give you a scribe later down the date. Later down the line. Later today, probably. How about a bone doctor? Do that work? That's kind of scribe adjacent. You doctor bones and have dreadlocks. Those look like dreadlocks to me. What do you think, Twitch chat? Does Dr. JJ sound good? You typed 1 to 10 so fast in the YouTube chat. I mean, it is a sub-only chat, though. Over on YouTube chat. Let's go with it. I hit the wrong button. It's okay. Is given to flights of fancy. Prone to the point of distraction. Is rarely jealous. Is prone to hatreds. Often develops negative feelings after experiencing trauma in 305. And is very slow to anger. Feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Isn't particularly ambitious. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And tries to keep his things orderly. Often is cheerful. And remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, scratches his head when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a great work of art and personally sees merrymaking as a waste, respects the law, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. So, before I finish reading this dwarf's description, does anybody remember that spear that I stole? Well, it got stolen from me. So we're going to have to go on a quest to find our spear back. In the future. Not necessarily today, but that's going to be a quest that we're going to have to go in. Is go steal my spear back so someone else can steal it again, so we can go steal it again. You know, good times. The Circle of Theft. You like graphite and lay pewter and praise opal and mongoose leather, waves, maces, tables, and chains, and the words of the true reason and when possible prefers to consume sea otter and river spirits and absolutely hates round recluse spiders. Member of the Lined Coven, which is the most popular religion in the fortress, which we do have a temple for. And, of course, you are a member of the Strong Balls. 65 years old, you're good friends with the zombie and Psycho. Checks out. And welcome to the fort. Wait, spear? Wait, spear? Wait, spear. The spear is the image of the strong balls, naturally. And I'm filling this up right now. This is my lava reservoir, which is still filling. We're gonna have to turn this off, and this is going to become a big old crafting area right here. And JJ is accepting my bribe by gifting 5 memberships in the YouTube chat. Thanks, JJ. YouTube chat is starting off stronger than Twitch chat today, turns out. Although there is a lot more of you here, so thanks for tuning in all the same. It's not a contest, it's just kind of a contest. For Snatchers, do they make camps while heading to their civ? Or do they just head directly there? Depends on how far it is. Usually they make camps. Usually those bandit camps are Snatcher camps. The thing is, right now, a lot of the stuff on the overworld you can't see. Known locations are exposed to the player, but the Creed wins. Thanks for the 5-pack, or the 6-pack. Creed. He's okay. So Creed, not to spoil things for you, gifting a membership on YouTube is $2. Because memberships on YouTube, I think, are terrible. It doesn't give ad-free viewing. It just gives you some emotes that you can only use on that YouTube channel, and that's at a badge. Like, it's kind of a not great value for money, as far as I'm concerned. So it's very cheap. So what you did was significantly more expensive than what you did. Did you get ripped off? No? Definitely. Thanks for gifting 6 subs. Appreciate you, mate. I do genuinely believe that. Like, the reason it's $2 is because I don't think it's great value for money. That's why I've made it so cheap. Also, you're winning? Yes. Thank you, Creed. Appreciate you. How am I in stream so far? Just getting started. A little bit memey right now. This is all of the named dwarves in the fort. We have had some deaths, so I'm sorry if you don't hear your name called. Anander, Brynja, Budgie, Seaprit, Darius Cardrin, Drakensoul, JJ, Kokoroko, Mikula, MMO Junkie, who's not as pissed as he was before, which is really nice. Olives, Prismatic Flux, Psycho, Rex, Rolf, Sentient Potato, Chianobi, Stormwolf, and didn't I give Darius a dwarf? Did Darius die already? What? Did I read Darius's name and just like not even register it? I must have. Yeah, I did. Okay, Darius is right there. Sweet. I definitely did read your name and not even register it. Can you get a dwarf? If you subscribe at tier 2, you could nominate somebody in like 20 minutes for a dwarf. Otherwise, you have to wait for the redemption to be up. Although, so far we've had a 100% nomination rate. I don't think anybody's been nominated that hasn't gotten a dwarf, which I think is kind of funny. Okay, so this is the top of the volcano. The top of the volcano is officially, completely, 100%, absolutely, definitely guaranteed, safe, sealed, locked, done, yeehaw, motherfucker. So that's the current status of this. Now that it's sealed off and everything, what I'm going to do is build over top of it. I'm going to knock out this wall along here, and I'm going to build a wall across here, and we are going to start constructing right here. This is going to be, I was thinking about this last night, a combination of a barracks and a library. And this is how this fort is going to combat cave adaptation. Because it's all going to be considered outside, I can build multiple floors above it around the edges of this volcano that will both be hopefully safe. Fingers crossed. And also kind of awesome because they're built in a volcano. And the fortress is called Dragonspike. The other big project for today is we need to figure out exactly what to do with the dragons, because I have 2 dragons in this fort. They're both in cages, and they're both semi-tamed. I'm thinking we set them up as in a defensive position near the outside of the fortress. The solarium? Oh, yeah, no, I know what you mean. So currently I've got 1 not trained dragon, which needs a new trainer, apparently. I'll give it to Zatan. And then the other one here is smaller, but is trained. So we have 2 dragons in the fort. As beer, cheese, nachos? I mean, that's just somebody with good pub culture. That's just somewhere with good pub culture, not necessarily specifically Wisconsin. Because that's very similar to food trucks here. Okay, so what I'm going to start off by is just knocking down this so that I can quickly and easily get this stuff floored. How am I getting all these dragons? I found them here in adventure mode, and then we settled and cage trapped them. So I knew they were here before I settled here, and then we settled. That's how I found them. Now, something else I would like to test. I know I could do underground farming right here, but I would like to see what I can farm here. Because it might be nothing. It might be a lot of things, and if I can above ground farm here, I think I might section off a tiny area for above ground farming. But I'm not entirely certain I can, because I'm not sure if this biome is considered mountain or not. If it's not, it would then be considered like this desert, and I'm not sure what's growable there. I might need to import seeds. But, you know. Also, this needs to move because, well, currently, this is my only area that I could reasonably dispose of stuff in. So I would need to make a new disposal area above this, which I could do. This is now done pumping, meaning I can just deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Pull this lever. Seal this side off. And then, I guess, slowly figure out how we can clear this out without, like, drowning a dwarf in here. You know you are in Germany when there is no food truck because regulations are so hard, no one wants to start a business with a food truck. I've heard people talk about this. Like, there's a few places in Europe where, like, you just straight up can't have food trucks, which is ridiculous to me. It's, like, absurd. It's like, how do you exist in a society that doesn't have food trucks? Like, what do you do in the summer? That just seems so sad. But yeah, I've heard about that. That's wild to me. But they do have beer and bars that you peddle. You know, honestly, I would take food truck because I don't want to work that hard for my beer. And also, we have those here too. I can't speak to like the rest of the world, but at least here in Canada, we do have pedal bars. Okay, so let's see. Can I I can. Okay, so I'm going to have a small section of this for surface farming. Maybe like right down here. So this small section is going to be left muddy and used for surface farming. And I do actually have some seeds. We have like alfalfa and stuff. You've learned to ask why way too often. I don't know if there's anything wrong with that. It's just called being curious. Nothing wrong with being curious. So yeah, chat, I am planning a little bit, likely mostly fort mode today. Which means my next planned kind of adventure mode stint would probably be Monday. I think I'm probably going to do Monday to Thursday next week. But I need to figure that out over the weekend. And I will get back to you guys on what the schedule is going to be for next week. It'll be posted in Discord in the announcements section. Also, as always, if you would like the save file for this world and would like to be able to stalk along in Legends and such, that is currently the second post in the newsroom on my Discord. Curiosity killed the dwarven child. I don't know about that. Okay, so I need to figure out how to get rid of this lava without killing anybody. That's something I need to do. Very important. Ooh, I could also use this as sand collection. For glass. That's curious. Is this game that complex that, for example, if you hurt an enemy that he could come back and take revenge with more guys? Not so much in Fortress mode, adventure mode very much so. To give you an idea, there was a meme in the Dwarf Fortress community for a minute. Do you remember a little video game called Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, made by Monolith Soft? It's kind of like the better Assassin's Creed, but oops, accidentally it's Lord of the Rings. Yeah, okay. Well, that game touted a system called the Nemesis system, which basically what that system was, for those of you who somehow missed it or don't know, is as you would injure enemies, they would learn your name, and they would learn about you, and then they would intentionally go out of their way to counter you. How the hell do I have obsidian floor beneath this? Oh, because I'm doing this in the wrong spot. I'm doing this right above the knot. That's fine. I can fix this. Let's just erase this one. Anyway, the whole shtick of that game actually was that you would essentially just build people, or build a character around people that knew who you were and got stronger to fight you more effectively, right? And it's a neat system, but the parent company, Take-Two, I think it's Take-Two, actually bought or copyrighted the Nemesis system and that system and how that system works. Dwarf Fortress has had a more interesting, more in-depth version of that system for a very long time. Because everything is permanent and everybody knows everybody. So if you get into a fight with somebody, it was Warner Brothers, right? Okay. If you get into a fight with somebody and you talk to them, they learn your name and they know who you are forever, and they will tell your friends who you are and they will tell their friends or people they run into who you are and what you did. And that just lasts forever now. Until you kill them successfully. I have a lot of animals that need to be butchered that are currently in cages, and also a lot of animals that are in cages that I can't do anything with currently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release them. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to make a pit pond. Actually, hold on a second. The game crashed when I did this the other day, so I'm just gonna make a quick save first. I don't currently have access to lava to be able to do this, but I will have food for the lava god in the future. Wasn't it Lord of the Rings Arkham series too? I don't know. So yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress has had essentially the Nemesis system since before. I've had named characters that I recognize siege me multiple times. I've had named characters that I recognize appear alongside of their family members in enemy sieges. So like Goblin has 3 siblings. 2 of them are in the siege. I killed 2 of them. One of the siblings comes back as part of the next siege, and then they bring the final sibling and I kill the other ones. Like stuff like that. Wait, what? What game are you drawing faces from, Stone? Also, hello. Also, cheers, Benti. It's nice hearing nice things. I actually shadow banned somebody in my YouTube comments the other day because it was somebody who used to comment very positively and consistently in my YouTube comments, and then eventually just like turned to the ultra negative, where it was just like basically just deriding everything, like not very happy with the development of this game. And I literally asked them the other day, I'm like, I really hope that you have like some sort of happiness in your life. And they basically just like didn't respond and just kind of kept deriding literally everything. And eventually I just kind of said, all right, I'm just gonna shadow ban you, go away. So it's really nice to see nice things in the YouTube comments because from people in chat, because I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of exhausting. Do I have 2 cave crocodiles? Chat, I have 2 cave crocodiles. Hell yeah. I think I do. No, I just have 1. Okay. I need to start breeding cave crocodiles. Croc explosion. They lay so many fucking eggs, dude. It's absurd. Can't wait. Okay, so I need to drain this lava. Fath the woodworker's been taken by a Fey mood. Good luck, dwarf. It's really bizarre to me. This adventurer keeps getting hungry and then staying hungry for a weirdly long period of time. People are bringing this adventurer food. Does anybody know why this is? Like, feels satisfied remembering receiving food. Vibing. Like, they're not burrowed anywhere. I don't think it matters in regards to the crop sizes and like mud pile sizes. Oh, that's interesting. I can't actually grow anything here, but I can up here. Okay, so this area I guess is considered to be a different biome than down here. Okay, so this is mountain biome then. We will instead put those farm plots up here. Do they have hands free? Oh, they may have their weapons out. No, I mean, they have gloves. An obsidian mug. Their hands work. Her trunk is broken. But... yeah, is it her trunk being broken, maybe? You think it's the broken trunk? Chat, would you guys judge me if I did a full heal and DF hack on this person? Because I'm... yes, but you'd do it too. Okay. Well, we have to wait until I see you go get food. I'll check back in a couple of minutes. I know they do, but, like... I guess I'm just constantly impressed by the development depth of this game. For whatever that's worth. This didn't end up being needed. We can deconstruct these walls here. Also, yes, but I'd do it too. I don't consider you judging me then. That's just an admittance of guilt, the way I see it. Let's just knock that out. Knock that out so that they can get this corner done. Obsidian walls are the only things I really like making out of obsidian. Everything else just looks ugly to me. So we're going to have to do different flooring for in here. Okay, that should get done pretty quickish. I also need to figure out how to get the lava out of here. It might end up being I just channel through this down here. Let this lava flow out here, because that should be enough to disperse this lava. Deconstruct this and then pump it out. That's probably what I'm going to do. Once a year, is it random? It depends on the population in the region, how many factions are in the region that are at war with you, and the amount of population that they have to raid you with, how mad they are at you, and the value of your fortress. So cave crocodile bone, two tower cap logs, and cave spider silk cloth, all being done at a bowyer's shop. I do actually need to edit something on that disk. It's no longer 18 terabytes of hard disks. It's now 12 terabytes of hard disks and 6 terabytes of NVMe drives. M.2. But because it's just one 12 terabyte hard disk. Yeah, and if you fight them back or like cut their population down, then they stop attacking you. Which I've actually stopped playing forts before because I've managed to kill so much of the enemy population that they've stopped attacking me. Which I find kind of sad. Okay, so we're getting rid of all those farm plots. Yes, these ones I can do. Okay, so we're gonna do 2 seasons of alfalfa, I think. We'll do 2 seasons of fisher berries. 2 seasons of longland grass. And then in the winter, we'll do rye. Oops, nope. Oh, spring, rye doesn't grow. Well, that's kind of sad. So instead, we'll do alfalfa in the winter. We'll do rye in the summer. And autumn. Was rye on top? Well, fudge. Oh, well, whatever. It'll work. We'll make it work. Something else I would like to do is let's go into planters. I'm going to assign some specific planters and set only select to do this, because I find that planting is one of those jobs that when literally everybody is doing it, it's just kind of obnoxious. I think we should also give it to our captain of the guard, Urist, who moves at 655 bajillion miles per second, so, or Urists per second, my bad. And because of this, he goes super fast. There you go. Yeah, you noticed your gift sub. Hell yeah, dude. Shoutouts to Anonymous, who actually gave it to you. The Dread of Vultures. That's such a good name. Such a good name. Is this goblin a part of it? This goblin monk? The Cult of Vising. I really wish that was the Cult of Visiting. The Demon of Chance, former member of the National Nightmare. Is a member of the reputed Hames. Well, that's a shame. Monks have funny colored clothing, I gotta say. Waning Skies. That's a good name. Well, there's a lot of bards here. Let me just skim through and see if any of them are cool. And by cool, I mean, like, interesting types of people. Nah, we'll just say no. I don't need any humans in the fort. Why is he blue? So dwarves that are blue are undead, but they are a type of undead, and the type of undead that they are is intelligent undead, essentially meaning that they have some special powers that I don't think can be currently used in adventure mode because they're underneath the ability, they're hidden behind the abilities menu. And on top of those special powers, you've got cave adaptation. They also maintain their intelligence, so they are useful, basically. Normal undead do not have the ability to do any jobs. You can't have them as workers, and they're either friendly and just stand there and do nothing, or they are hostile and they attack you. Those are the 2 settings for normal undead. Intelligent undead have a percent chance when they get resurrected, if they get resurrected in your fortress, to stay friendly with you and your dwarves. I want this to not be a wall because I want that corner there. So that's why he's blue. Problem is that they don't heal. That's not true. They don't heal over time. But if they're in your fortress, they can go into the hospital and they can have their wounds mended. Like if they gain a really grievous wound, yeah, but it also doesn't really deter them in any way. Also, an ad's about to pop. I will just be placing blocks while the ad is running, and I will pause any conversations that if I suspect that you may be in an ad. You work, you know, the Stack, just bouncing off YouTube chat for a second, there's some pretty good chats on Stack Overflow about the code of Dwarf Fortress. And I should get Putnam to talk more about it. What's coming next after adventure mode? Subpar umpire is how you say that. If you get hit by an ad in a second, just state that you're in an ad, and I'll pause what I'm saying. The next things that are planned, as far as I understand, are the basic beginnings of magic healing specifically. Dwarf Fortress has been planned for a very long time to have procedural magic systems. So this will start first in adventure mode and then be worked into Fortress mode retroactively. That is the next thing that I am aware of that is being planned. However, Zach and Tarn also have this habit. I will pause conversation because I'm in an ad. Watched 2 of my UB tutorials last night. Very informative. Thank you for being so thorough. Happy to help. Somebody has to. You saw once a Craig Smash series, an intelligent undead get his skull restructured. It's pretty interesting stuff with these guys. Yeah, no, it's neat. The surgery system in Dwarf Fortress is kind of like underrated, actually. It's really neat. But once this ad ends, I'll continue talking about future stuff. I'm just waiting for the ad to end. Also, yes, Eternia, that sounds like a lot of work in YouTube. Like that crime system? Well, I was going to talk about that in a second. Probably. Pauky? Pauky, why? Well, the reason the crime system was only done halfway was because they stopped to start working on it, like Dwarf Fortress for Steam. Otherwise, I think Steam would Fortress mode would have just come out this year instead of adventure mode. All right. So now that we're back in and through the ads for everybody, yeah, Pauky Y is correct. The developers of Dwarf Fortress have a habit of saying we're going to add these features and then adding half of the features and then not finishing them and then going on and doing something else. But large portion of the reasoning behind that was the old business model of the game, right? If your game is dependent on donations, half patches or super infrequent patches impact your income. As an example, I am crowdfunded, right? So if I notice money's getting bad and numbers are going down, this is going to sound shitty to some of you probably, I start a new fortress. Because that's where the most viewers come from, right? When you're making a crowdfunded thing, you have to do the thing that makes you money when you need the money, right? So because Dwarf Fortress has been a crowdfunded project for so long, making money off of donations and Patreon, you're limited to having to release things when you need money, not necessarily when they're ready, right? Which led to the developers of Dwarf Fortress always wanting to do arcs, which were essentially like expansion pack sized updates. They'd work for 7 months, 8 months, 9 months on a thing, and then try and just release a big update, which is part of the reason why Dwarf Fortress is so famous for having slow development speed, right? Whereas now, that is no longer a thing. They don't need to worry about doing big updates to get donations. They need to have more consistent updates, right? So this is still relevant. This Dwarf Fortress development page. It was last updated in January 2020. This is true. However, the stuff on this page is still relevant. So if you want to figure out what's coming next in Dwarf Fortress, look at this and then scroll down. Although some of the stuff that's partially done is actually done now. I think like graphics and UI is on here somewhere. But scroll through this because this will give you a pretty good idea of what's coming up next. This stuff was all half done because they started working on Steam. This is what they were working on pre-Steam, right? Conspiracy chains, bandit groups that raid and pillage hill dwarves and extort from the fortress, which happens. Stealing and demanding artifacts, that sort of works. Thieves stealing items, that works. Assassination of position-holding dwarves, this works in Legends mode. I don't think it works in... this works in Legends and World Gen. I don't think it works in Fort or Adventure. Prisoner interrogations works in Fortress mode, not in Adventure mode. Receiving tips and rumors works. And although probably should have a new UI to be clearer. Sending out dwarven agents and investigators doesn't really work. Rumors works in this. It's not in the other mode, by the way. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Hideouts and strongholds, sort of in. And better alerts and identity checks and this stuff. Like, this is all stuff that is, like, next on the docket, basically. Because villainous plots was what they were working on last before development on Premium started. I think I just answered that question, Brynja. You watch like yeah, okay, I'm trying to catch back up. My companion is introducing to themselves to different people with a different first name. So when you talk to people, there's an option, subpar umpire, that says assume a different identity. Lie about who you are, basically. That's probably what they're doing. They're either lying to you about who they are, which is possible, or they're lying to other people about who they are. Basically spreading rumors that somebody named, like my name's Greg, right? That would be like me going into town and spreading rumors about somebody named Bob stealing my garden gnomes off my patio. I don't have any garden gnomes on my patio, but I would like some. And that would be like the equivalent of what they're doing. They're spreading rumors. Either they're lying to you about what their name is, unless you created them. If you created them in character creation, then they're not lying to you, but they're lying to other people about what their name is what they're doing. Explain the surgery system. You're curious now? There really isn't much to explain. But when you have a dwarf in the, I can't really explain it without visual aids, basically. When you're in the, like, this screen, and when you have a dwarf who's, like, brutally injured, go to the dwarf who's actively doing surgery on them, and look at the jobs that they are doing in real time up here, and then also move the game forward a few ticks at a time and look at what's going on here. It'll be like giving stitches to this part of the body, extracting dead flesh, cleaning wound, disinfecting wound, stitches, repeat for like everything. And that all goes into the surgery skill. What is it actually doing mechanically? Healing the unit. Patching up wounds. But then all of these different parts of their body, if they have permanent injuries going forward, affect how they're able to perform, move, act, feed themselves, take care of themselves, etc. Speaking of that, let's check the elephant. Okay, I don't think you've gotten hungry yet. Did they adjust the infection rate? You all haven't had any dwarves die from infection since 34. I've wondered that myself, but I have had dwarves die from infection. It's just very unclear that they died from infection. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, troglodyte. Troglodyte in the tavern. I think it stopped. Nope, there's still troglodytes fighting. Yep, there's troglodytes. All right, let's station the military. Just bring them in. Deal with the trogs, please. Also, a dwarf is tantruming. Budgie, the trainer, is throwing a tantrum. I need to make a prison. That's another thing I need to do. Because otherwise, Budgie will just get insta-gibbed. Because my cop moves at the speed of sound. Also, I just got a crossbow that I didn't read the description of. Combat, crime, strength. Ah, there it is. This is a sleek tower cap crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cave crocodile bone, and this object menaces with spikes of tower cap. On the item is an image of Zombie Rid, the dwarf and The Dwarf and Jaw Violence, the Cave Crocodile in Tower Cap. Mine Wealths is making a plaintive gesture. Jaw Violence is laughing. By the way, chat, just out of curiosity, does anybody know if these have sprites in adventure mode? Like sleek stuff and stuff? Because I have seen people walking around with visible equipped blowguns in adventure mode. And I don't know if that stuff, I don't think that stuff's worked its way into fortress mode yet. Okay, they do not, got it. On the item is an image of known marks in the tower cap earring in Cave Spider Silk. You were AFK and then someone attacked. What happened? Nobody attacked. I just had some troglodytes in the living room. It's okay. They're dead now. Asmil Krafttheim. What are you? Sure, why not? I don't need another performer, though. Speaking of blowguns, can dwarves use them? No, I might be wrong. I don't think so. I know for certain you can't make them. And you can't make ammunition for them. So training them, yeah, okay, they don't. All custom gen stuff is still invisible, and there is issues with bismuth's bronze and sprites. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen the missing is bismuth. It's more like mismith. Yeah. Should just call it myth. Because it doesn't exist. Anyway. In one of your fortresses, all species except dwarves. In one of your fortresses got spontaneously wiped out by my citizen. What could have? How could that have happened? Were all of those species that weren't your dwarves part of a specific faction? Like, did they literally just run around and execute everybody? Sounds like a war started somewhere else in the world. That kind of sucks, but also is kind of hysterical. Like, I saw a post on Reddit where somebody had a couple animal people adventurers that came from an elven civ. And then, like, they went to war with that elven civ, and then their captain of the guard killed them all. Which is, like, kind of really very massive, dark, and sad, but also... You know when you have that moment with the video game where the video game goes... I'm gonna be real dark for a moment here, and then you go, God damn it, video game, too real, man. I feel that way about Dwarf Fortress quite frequently. Actually, let's do... Oh, man, I hate that it doesn't let me do this. Let's do ramps. Okay, well, I'll put more ramps in once I can. The zombie baby, yeah. Baby zombie hold together. Okay, so up here, I'm gonna start placing floor. Also, for reference, I'm basically at the population cap. The population cap for this fortress is 80 right now. And I'm gonna leave it there for a little bit, probably most of today. Because I don't really want to make this fortress all about combat. This fortress is like slowish mega projects that I'll be adding to as time goes on. And then retiring and reclaiming for adventurers. That is the game plan for this here fort. Arende would like dwarf yes. Arende, what dwarf you wanteth? Or what kind of dwarfeth do you wanteth? Dishmab Ringjaw. I think that was one of my Yeah, this was one of my, one of my adventurers. Nope, not one of my adventurers. Just, yeah, definitely not one of my adventurers. This was a bard who came by and would like to join the fortress proper, so welcome to the fort, Dishmab. Okay, so something that I really need to do. Any craftsman bearded? I like this one. It's got good hair. Arende. You heard something else in where... Oh, I'm sorry. He never feels lustful passions. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth and is currently running around for some reason. Are you... Or do I have more combat happening? Collection of cavern has collapsed? Okay, that's fine. He never feels lustful passions and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. Is slow to anger, prefers to be alone, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Occasionally overindulges, has a sense of duty, isn't given to flights of fancy, takes offered gifts and help without feeling particularly grateful, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He's got more hair on that than your bald nog. He's probably got more hair in his nose than your head then. Personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and dreams of creating a great work of art. By the way, remember there is a giant back there. Behind this wall is a giant. He likes chalk, sterling silver, and cinnamon, glossier, and clear glass, and skunk leather. Armadillo shell, the color purple, gems, statues, and troglodytes for their grunts, and the sound of the silky embrace, and when possible prefers to consume perch, Suraburu, and giant kangaroo's milk, and dwarven sugar, and absolutely hates snails. I mean, you do still need fuel for if you want to make steel, but yes. You're certainly a lot more flexible when it comes to metal construction, yes. I think what I'm going to do is dig a little trench along here. And then I'm just going to dig through this. Whoa! I thought a dwarf died in there somewhere. Whoops. Anyway, found a miner named Mincott, who I accidentally lava'd to death. Sometimes you die so quick that you don't even live to tell about it. You got turned into obsidian, I think. I knew a dwarf went missing during the construction of this thing, but I didn't realize it was that bad. Now that that's done, we can just channel through this. And then this'll... Oh, wow. Okay, I thought that this wouldn't just flow into here, but I guess it did. That also apparently destroyed the, Huh. Not sure how that destroyed the pump, but it did. You like purple? Well, there you go. Everybody wins. I'm just going to slowly go through and plug all of this. I think it's funny that dwarves have an equivalent of human junk drawers, but it's a whole cave and they can lose a whole body in there and not find it until spring cleaning. Well, that was the, like, working on of a volcano that got some water on it, and then a dwarf was mining and water touched lava while dwarf was mining at dwarf's feet, and then dwarf became obsidian. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for this grand occasion? It's time to trade. Also, worth noting, YouTube chat, there's almost 100 of you watching, and only 66 people have liked the stream. This is a story from YouTube chat. Random tangent in your current fort. Had the other day, had a scenario you found to be pretty funny and interesting. Had an Etten attack your fort, and you have 50 entrance courtyard. You have a fort entrance courtyard filled with like 50 dogs, and the dogs attack the Etten. As the fight took place on my drawbridge, the Etten was quite literally smacking the dogs probably 30 tiles of distance at a time, and it was crazy to watch. Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah, dogs don't weigh that much, and Etten pretty strong. Then Etten go bonk, and guy go wee. Ah! And then it's all over. You know what? Why don't we just sell all these tunics? I can just make more. It's fine. Selling clothes. Selling all this stuff. Also, I have to redo what I did in the tutorial this morning. And start making clothing for my temporary residents, and by that I mean my adventurers. You know, I should really just... What? I don't have a bookkeeper? I don't have an appraiser? Did you die? I guess my appraiser died. Well, in that case, let's, make it into Stormwolf for right now. I'm actually going to sell these coins. Chat, would it be... Okay, I need your guys' opinion here. Sell random coins I just happen to have. Or... Sell random coins that I just happen to have. Or do I... put them on pedestals? What do you think? Because the random coins that I just happen to have came from adventurers. I really don't feel like... Well, you can't load them into catapults, so that's pointless. I'm not making minecart cannons in this fort. I've done that in many forts. I've done that a couple of times in the last few forts. We're changing it up this time. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's for long-term combat forts. This is an artsy mega project fort. I'm probably just going to make a lava chamber and dump it on people's heads, to be honest. Keep it nice and simple, you know? So YouTube chat says pedestals. Twitch chat says sell them. So it looks like we're selling them. They're not particularly valuable, so, you know, there you go. Throw them at babies. Okay. You are a very interesting person. Could smelt those, though? Yeah. We got plenty of tetrahedrite and stuff. I always find, like, I'd rather just sell stuff than melt it down in almost all situations. And let's go through here and unforbid all of these canceled jobs. It's a good number of them, turns out. Wonder where that obsidian door is, though. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. I understand why it was canceled, but can still get it done. Actually going to move this hotkey to right here. Much better. Oh, look at that. Look at my lovely little farm fields. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Two-humped camel has reverted to a wild state. Let's just go into creatures, pets, and say cage. Everything that's in cages, you're going to get slaughtered. Keeping the meat on the menu. That damn well should be. Rye is going to get brewed. And this outdoor area is very much going to assist with the cave adaptation. So something I need to make over the weekend, because it's going to take a little bit of prep time to actually make properly. Probably going to need to build a second fort for it. Is I'm going to make a tutorial on cave adaptation with like a handful of tips on how to deal with it. First one, obviously, is just have outdoor areas. Second one is commit entirely to underground. And then the third one is probably going to be utilize burrows and have certain dwarves that are not cave adapted, but with the caveats, of course, being you may want to have dwarves that aren't cave adapted regardless, because that's what you want in your military. What's up, Callias? Not much. Building a library on the top of a volcano, you know? Making a rock crate, just an individual one. We'll make it out of we'll make it out of obsidian, because I got tons of obsidian, and black crates are fun. Up here, we're just going to get started with smelting. So I'm going to go to furnaces and go magma smelter. I think the smelter should be pink. If you disagree, I don't care. Your opinion is wrong. Good way to recycle. Well, I mean, we've sealed off the top of the volcano. There's no way for the lava to get out. Or but once we've built it anyway, it will be sealed off. But sure. It's more designed to be a cool-ass library / barracks and farming area. And because there's a lot of open space in there, because there's a lot of open space above it, so we have this volcano, right? Lava's down here underneath it. Because there's a lot of open space above it, I could just build more floors into here, which I think is awesome. Just gotta say that. I think that that is an awesome, like, aesthetic thing. So I need a place to dispose of bodies. I think I'm just going to go here. Make 2 holes right here. Build around this. Say with cinnabar. It's a good use for my cinnabar supply. I should get dug up pretty quick. And then a layer above this I'll channel down. And that's where the disposal is going to be. You have to be kind of careful with dumping bodies into lava, because it can very easily cause lava to spray back up, and you don't really want to accidentally ignite any of your dwarves. A weird looking face mountain thing. It's the map. What else would it be? Just because you're seeing a face in it, I see a mountain. A beautiful mountain. A terrifying mountain to be loved, adored, and respected. Just because you see it as a face doesn't make it a face. Especially because you very much know exactly what it is. And have said very similar things in recent streams. Why don't we go from here? Could also maybe put the, so this is where body disposal is going to be. This is where refuse is going to be. And then down here is where clothing disposal is going to be. I have a question. Do you guys think that this is a fitting place for a prison? I'm kind of looking at it and going, yeah, may also put a prison up here. Like I could do Captain of the Guard's offices and then the cells along the edge of this. I don't dispose of prisoners. You've watched my streams before, right, Darius? That's corpse disposal. I mean, if they become corpses, well, that's unfortunate, but I don't dispose of prisoners. No, we stay well within the Dwarven Code of Ethics. Unless I'm playing an evil fort, and this sure as hell isn't an evil fort. Why you gotta make it sound so violent, Skypion? We humans have a tendency to see faces, yes. Good evening, Tom and Chris. Hello. That's what an evil fort would say? You make a valid point. I will take this into consideration for future discussions. This is kind of a... You don't think you've watched me play an evil fort? Mate, I drowned the entire population of a fort and turned them into zombies while you were watching me. You don't think you've watched me play an evil fort? I literally drowned an entire population and turned them into zombies. And you don't think that's evil? My guy. That was back in October. You were actively in my chat and asked if you were a zombie yet. So, yes. Yeah. Yes, I did that. Zombies are not always evil. I'm not saying the zombies are evil. The people doing the drowning. Pretty evil, though. No migrant wave burned to a crisp, Callias. Actually, no, you do make a migrant wave did. That was a work accident, okay? That was a tragedy of natural disasters. I didn't do that intentionally. There was also a tragedy of natural disasters because we had a trading crew show up. I don't think I actually said thank you to Shutterbug for the 42nd month resub. Thank you so much, holy shit. Or not for the 42nd, the 5th month resub, 42 minutes ago. I read those numbers backwards. Thank you very much for the 5-month resub. I don't know if I said that, but thank you. Anyway, yeah, those were accidents. Yes, happy little, thank you. Thank you. See, somebody understands. It was just unintentional oopsies. Yes. Definitely. Unintentional oopsies. Speaking of unintentional oopsies, let's make sure that we don't have any lava ones. What game should you play? Dwarf Fortress. I'm not biased. But you did ask. And this can now go away. This can now go away. And this can now go away. Manor Lords when it's... I mean, I'll be playing that tomorrow. Budgie slipped into depression. Well, that's unfortunate. Still on lava things shenanigans? Nah, definitely not. The lava shenanigans are done. Now we're just building cool stuff. I mean, Manor Lords comes out tomorrow. So I will be streaming tomorrow when Manor Lords comes out. Because I want to play Manor Lords. Speaking of Manor Lords, did any of you guys see that post that the developer made about Manor Lords? I think the developer was watching... Uh-oh. I think that the developer was watching streams of people asking questions about what his game is. Okay, so one of my soldiers, a random monster slayer, in fact, just ran into an army of ratmen. Actually, hold on, I need to check something. Okay, cool. I'm sending the soldiers down here to see if I can help, and rest in peace, Asmil. Also, a forgotten beast named definitely not Slurpee, named Sloopy, has arrived. It is a scaly crab with a round shell which has deadly spittle. It squirms and fidgets. Its pearl scales are large and set far apart. Beware the spittle that deadly. Where is it? All right, well, this is about to get exciting. We got a three-way. Here comes the squads. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the squads. And I say, it's all dwarfs. Okay, so the dwarves are colliding with the ratmen in the caverns. The ratmen are armed with spears and shields. And at some point, a forgotten beast is going to come flying into the mix. Hopefully it doesn't make it into the fortress first. The merchants will be leaving soon. I should probably go trade. Hold on, pause this. Hold up. Hold up. Gotta go do the trading thing. Bah! Why are you not ready to trade? God damn it. Okay, fine. Jumping back down. Combat appears to be going quite well so far. My dwarves are terrified while in conflict, but are doing a decent job taking out the current live-in rat people. They're now moving towards the next round, and some migrants arrived because everything likes to happen exactly at the same time. The dwarves are continuing to rip apart the rat people, and I need to find the location of that forgotten beast. Slurpee is pretty close by. I'm going to tell the dwarves to turn around and go get rid of this once they're done over here. They're running towards a ratman right now. Slurpee is, I'm just going to keep calling it Slurpee because that's way too funny. Beast, there you are, is currently moving towards the fighting. It's already seriously injured, meaning it was fighting with some giant cave toads, apparently. Probably other things. So it's getting a little closer, coming up and over the hills. It appears that the first dwarf to get into the fight is Brynja Bloodmire, and she feels wondering after performing the rites of the Lion Coven in a dedicated temple and doesn't feel anything after seeing a rodent woman's dead body. Wants to craft an object, but is going to fight on behalf of her kid goat. It's not a private person, and stabbed a rodent woman with a bronze spear, tearing the muscle and tearing apart the spleen, and says, "I have performed the rites of the Lion Coven in this holy place. There is no sense of wonder." What's funny is that wasn't where you did that, but you now are dueling with the Forgotten Beast as your backup comes running in. The duel appears to be going all right in your favor. You, in fact, stabbed the Forgotten Beast in the right first leg with a bronze spear, tearing the muscle. A ligament has been torn and a tendon has been torn. Dwarves continue to fight with the creature. However, it hasn't gone so well. In fact, you've been bit, I think. Forgotten Beast kicks the spoon. Nope, you've been kicked in the foot, which tore the skin through the shoe. So you appear to have sustained a foot injury, which is bleeding quite significantly. Although it's just a foot injury, so I think that's very much recoverable. Although your foot is gone now, so that part is not recoverable. Then it fires a glob of stuff at you, and you do dodge out of the way, which is pretty good considering you have 1 foot. Hopefully you can walk on that stub very effectively. Anyway, this isn't a spider, this is a crab. Yes, definitely. Another glob of stuff coming out of Sloopy's mouth gets slooped directly in the direction of Atir, and Atir goes, "Oh God!" and dodges out of the way. The dwarves continue to run forward, fighting with the creature, which is bleeding heavily now. Bits and pieces of the creature are flying off. None of the dwarves have been found dead just yet, aside from Asmil, who already died, but it's okay. He wasn't part of the fort, so it doesn't matter anyways. The dwarves then put down the creature, and let's see who got the kill. Strikes the crab in the head with his shield, bruising the brain. Did you get it? Looks like Atir got it. Beast Slayer. Congratulations, Atir. Saw them struggle so hard playing it. Lamau. That game seemed pretty easy. At least on the difficulty I was playing, which wasn't a hard one for clarity. But yeah, the thing that I wanted to say about Mana Lords that I think is kind of interesting is this, until literally everything happened, but I need to pop it up first. The difficulty I was playing it on didn't seem too challenging, but this is really, really smart on the developer of this game, because this game has all kind of rumors and hype around it. Hello, everyone. Blah, 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 busy, blah, da, da. What the game isn't. It's not a total war. It's not Total War. It's not an empire management game. You can't take over all of Europe. It's not an RPG. You cannot it's not Mountain Blade. Like, you're not going to, like, control a character and kill people. It's not a competitive, fast-paced RTS. Because, like, all of the comments I got about the game were, is it any of these things? Can you do any of these things? Is it chess, then? Definitely, it's chess. You nailed it. It's chess. No, it's a city builder. City builder first with combat flavor. So you're probably just going to book it. Yes, you did live. You're just going to book it to the hospital. You are getting carried, too. In fact, you're getting carried by the commander. Don't mind the miasma in the living halls. It's fine. All right. We're getting there. I can now make a new corpse pile / miasma dealing with pile right here. Yes, we will allow dwarves in here. And also refuse, but not fresh raw hides. Yeah, I'll allow bones in there right now. Trying to prioritize dwarves over here. A little bit more. Got invaded by an army of jabberers and snake people. Oh, from the caverns? Good lord. Jabberers are pretty scary. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared of jabberers because they have, like, this not obnoxious, but consistently too good ability to just bite your head off immediately. So I'm actually quite scared of jabberers. Actually quite legitimately scared of jabbers. Chad, I have a question. What's a creature in Dwarf Fortress you go, oh god, oh no, every time you see it show up? Fuck, I didn't trade. Oh well. I think I might set it so that only my zombies end up doing body hauling. Dragon? Giant Kia? I feel that way about giant. I feel you there on the giant Kia. Giant spiders? Yes, actually. Anything with webs makes me go, fuck. Webs and to a degree fire, unless I have a very good Marksdwarf setup. If I have a very good Marksdwarf setup, I don't worry about it so much. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new route, and we're just going to call this bodies / refuse 1. I think I clicked the right spot. Let's try this again. There we go. You're going to load from here. You're going to load all corpses but dwarves. And you're going to load all refuse. That ends up in that stockpile. And then remove all of this. And also put a minecart. Giant albatrosses, too many dwarven children picked up and dropped into the ocean. God, that's terrifying. And I'm also going to go to the side of this and make a garbage dump right there. Okay, so now stuff can just be dealt with. This is part of the reason why moods are so bad right now, is because I haven't had body disposal for half a year. But it's okay, we're now dealing with it. Then this one up here is just going to be for used clothes. God damn, you move fast, man. This dwarf is the fucking best. Look at him. Look at him go. You be peace yarn. What are you? Human? Yep. What's the most dangerous creature in Dwarf Fortress that could come to attack you? I'm assuming that you mean that isn't a... Brynja, do you want to keep your foot? You could do something funny with your foot, like put it on a pedestal. I mean, the actual answer to that is an undead sperm whale. Because sperm whales can't get on land unless they are undead. But probably like agitated elephants. Or giant elephants. Or any agitated giant creature, basically. Forgotten beasts, those are mega beasts, so I'm not really counting them. They're not an animal. But, overall in creatures, a metal archdemon. Probably. Okay, then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a refuse stockpile. But the reason I'm going to make a refuse stockpile is because I'm also going to go to, and I'm going to remove tanned hides. Because I want to have a stockpile that's consistently empty for like rotting food and such. But I also want one for clothing. Now, this might sound odd, but the reason I want one for clothing is because lower quality clothing and degrading clothing, I just want to automatically throw away so I don't end up with too much. You need to continue it. The thing is, you'll only find undead sperm whales on terrifying oceans that also happen to have sperm whale populations. I've never even seen a live one, let alone an undead one. So because I've never seen a live one, let alone an undead one, I'm not too convinced that it's something you actively need to be concerned about. Also, we're throwing blocks out. Whoops. Apparently, I got a bunch of stuff that's set to dump that I shouldn't have. Whew. Fire, go up. Don't dump. Don't do it. Anander. No. You're going to catch fire. Shit. Forbidden? Ha! Saved your life, mate. Once you equipped every dwarf in the fort with armor because clothing is such a pain in the ass. I don't think clothing's a pain in the ass. Also, clothing doesn't satisfy, or armor doesn't satisfy the need for clothing because armor isn't considered to be an acquired item. Yeah. No, you should absolutely make clothing. Is that a tortoise man? Yes, that's one of my adventurers. Giant tortoise man. This laddie. I get fed up sometimes, he says. He's stressed and thirsty. We'll get a drink then. Lava mist is not, it's not possible for them. They do not see it, so they can't path around it. So the simple answer is no, there isn't a way to avoid lava mist. This is one of my adventurers, actually. Need some new clothing there, dwarf. I try and make them 2 or 3 layers above. This one's a little low, but we're going with it. It'll be okay if there's the occasional casualty. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Let's just go with 1 wooden minecart. What are you made out of? High wood? Okay, well, it doesn't matter then, because they won't match anyway. This one is going to be old clothing / refuse. You're going to load from here. And you are going to load refuse. And I'll just set this to everything. Set this to none. And then I will just go for the quality levels and remove everything but finely crafted. Oh, I mean, I absolutely could, but where's the fun in that? Okay, so as I'm doing that, we're then going to jump back down here and check in on this area. Things are slowly progressing. Speaking of slowly progressing, I'm going to... I think go this way. And then I'll just channel this into here. ASCII looks fantastic. What are we talking about? Yes, you can show adventure mode in ASCII, but the thing about it is the ASCII UI, the way development for UI in Dwarf Fortress works is Tarn builds it for Fortress mode, or for a mode, and then backports it into the other mode. So he's making... So the simple story is the adventure mode version isn't... Or is the classic version isn't done yet. Like, when Fortress mode released originally, it released, and then... Budgie, I may have to expel you. You're haggard. But the way it worked for Fortress mode was it released, and then about 2 weeks later, Classic released. So it's just not ready to go yet. Why is there no minecart there? That needs a minecart. What? Confusion? I appear to have lost a minecart. I mean, nothing can fix haggard, right? Once somebody's haggard, they're haggard. Like, so, I mean, I'm certainly not going to train him. He needs to acquire an object and be extravagant, which I need to start making clothing, so that's fine. But I'm not going to start training somebody who's already tantruming in the military, because all that's going to do is make him more effective at tantruming. What's wrong with them? This fortress. Chat room, can you please explain some of the things that we've had to go through in this fortress for those of you who've had to watch? I don't feel like explaining every single thing that this fortress has done based on that question. It's like, I'm not going to do that. This is like, shitty things have happened in this fort. What's wrong with them? Fuck, fine, oh, they'll figure it out. It's generally how I operate. Are you in this fort? No. I don't think you've been in a single fort in this world, actually. Could be wrong. But if you did, you died, so. Well, shit. Sorry, Yuzil. There goes the chief medical dwarf. It's your own fault for pathing forward. Tried to stop that from happening, but caught it too late. 2 seconds, chat. I'm gonna go top off my water. I'll give you the simple answer. This fortress was a volcano embark that embarked directly on top of a cave with 2 dragons in it. So we had to deal with the 2 dragons, which took a while, and some people died in the process. So some people started getting upset. Second thing we had to do in this fort is we had to build... The second thing I did with this fort is I then retired it after we got the dragons and got all that stuff sorted, with some dwarves upset. Not that many, but just some. And then went and did some adventuring and then reclaimed it. When I reclaimed it, the first time everything was fine. The second time I reclaimed it, because I've done that twice now, there was a forgotten beast in the living room, and it ate a couple people. So that pissed off some more dwarves. Also, because this fort has been focused on a lot of construction and not necessarily just directly keeping dwarves happy, the natural thing that happens is dwarves get upset because, well, I haven't been focusing on making bedrooms. So it's like, well, what's wrong with them? This fortress. Also, around halfway through the construction of this fort, Tarn patched the game, which is lovely, and I like that. However, he patched the game with cave adaptation, which means I wasn't prepping for that because I wasn't expecting that. So now suddenly I have to account for cave adaptation as well, and that pissed off some more dwarves. I think that's actually what pissed off Budgie. In fact, Budgie, do everybody in the fort a favor. Go away. I'm gonna send... What? So I can expel this dwarf to Rage Cavern because I am in command of Rage Cavern. That's Rage Cavern. What happens when I expel a current resident in my fortress to a cave that's on my map? What is cave adaptation? Cave adaptation is a very long-time Dwarf Fortress mechanic, which I'm going to be explaining a lot. It's similar to motion sickness, and it hasn't worked since the very, very, very beginning of Dwarf Fortress releasing on Steam. Cave adaptation hasn't worked since version 50. Cave adaptation is, if your dwarves go outside... Oh, I know why I'm missing a minecart all of a sudden. That makes sense. If your dwarves don't go outside for a period of time, it's not a very long period of time, just a couple of months generally, they quite literally start puking everywhere. No, it's violent vomiting agoraphobia, I will say. Sure, that's not a bad descriptor, actually. So the result is, when you lock your dwarves inside for an extended period of time, then suddenly let them go outside, you have vomiting. And they get dizzy. And really bad moods. So, you have one of 2 options. You can either compensate for it by giving them outdoor portions of the fort, which is usually what I do. Second option is you burrow a large chunk of your dwarves underground so they never go above ground. Third option is you kind of just accept that your dwarves are going to be pissed. Well, I wouldn't say allergic to the sun, because they can get over it, right? It's an illness that they develop, right? Or a syndrome that they develop if they spend too much time underground. Basically, when you read a dwarf's description, let's grab a dwarf, any dwarf, under their personality, initially, it says they don't mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Yeah, none of them have that anymore. Yeah, this one, I think. Yeah, doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. If they don't have this, it means they're cave adapted. So this dwarf doesn't mind going outdoors. This dwarf over here, who's just been in the tavern for months, if they go outdoors, they're going to start violently vomiting, which will give them trauma, negative thoughts, and hurt their stress. Who needs a surface anyways? I really question the sanity of people who say, what are we, elves? Sigh. Do you want to be sick? Because that's what it is. It's an illness. You know? You're not getting enough vitamin D. What are you, a shitty fortress overseer? Why would you prevent dwarves from being able to go to the surface and chop down trees? I mean, if you really want to stick it to the elves, go to the surface, cut down their wood. God damn. If you truly want to see the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit, it requires going outdoors. This is a fake reaction. I'm not actually mad. I just think this shit's funny. But seriously, come on. Yes, even Moria had skylights to let in sunlight, see? Sure, then dig deep fortresses and head down to the third cavern layer. But cacophony of stupid. When you send your dwarves to the surface to go fight an invading, sieging force from the humans that won't walk into your fortress, and then all your dwarves get dizzy, nauseous, and begin vomiting, and get completely obliterated by the enemy walking into your fort, that's on you. When you invade enemies off map and your entire group gets kidnapped because they're dizzy and vomiting. You just said they won't walk in? Okay, so the way human siegers work is once they've actually started fighting with you, they'll walk in, but they'll stay on the outside and siege you forever, right? So unless you literally want to just lock the doors and wait out invasions, which will do two things, by the way. It'll piss off your home faction because you won't be able to trade with them for possibly years on end. And it'll piss off your relations with any other factions that you're trading with because you won't be able to talk to them for years on end. Because if you don't trade with somebody, your relations go down, right? Then they'll bring less. You won't be able to trade as much. So either you have to lock everybody indoors and try and do stuff like that, Moral Bimic, but let me tell you this. They have their ways of getting in. Simply put, unless you're not going to leave the map at all, you need to have at least some mitigation. Or just find out the hard way and stop asking me for tips. Have fun, chat. I will not give you any help anymore and will not make a tutorial on such subjects. Because clearly you don't want it. Stay underground, you stupid dwarves. Die! Like your fathers did. I don't know where that came from. I should stop drinking energy drinks. This is bad for me. Anyway. You cannot handle my potions, potion seller. I'm going into battle and I require your strongest potions. I still maintain that is one of the greatest videos in internet history. Genuinely, one of the greatest videos in internet history. Okay, so do you have a fill zone yet? That's 20. Okay, so you're filling from 20. You have the stuff. And there we go. Oh, did I set this not to dump? I think I did. In Space Station 13. I mean, I've seen reenactments of it by humans in real life, but you know, Space Station 13, that's pretty much the same thing, right? No, literally, I've seen like actual like on stand-up comedians on stage referencing that bit. It's a classic meme. You want to know the best part of the COVID-19 pandemic that most people didn't realize was even happening while it was happening was that dude made videos again for a few months because he got like laid off. So he got laid off, so he started uploading again. Apparently he wrote a book, by the way, about being a meme. Which is kind of interesting. But yeah, no, at the very least, even if you don't fully compensate for, even if you don't plan to build a fort around fully compensating for cave adaptation, it's smart to be aware of it because it will, in my experience of playing this game in the past when cave adaptation was active and now that it's back, it is something that kind of bites you in the foot sometimes. Like it's something you need to be aware of. Let's just do tetrahedrite. I really wish I could just see how many tetrahedrite I have. Tetrahedrite! How much tetrahedrite do I have? 151. Let's do 130 tetrahedrite. Just 130 of it. Just what video? Chat room, we need to do some meme education. It's very important. Sorry, but I have to educate you on the memes of classic internet. And in order to do this, I have to mute Dwarf Fortress for a second. This is very important. This is very important. For if you do not know this video, then like, what are you even doing with your life? How do you exist? That's just called internet history.
Seller, I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, traveler.
They are. It's true.
Potion seller, I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions. You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you. Potion seller, listen to me. I want only your strongest potions.
Him cracking up is the best part.
My potions would kill you, traveler.
It's 11 years old.
You cannot handle my potions.
So, if you are 11 years old and watching my stream, please don't watch my stream. I curse too much. And do not ask your parents what any of the words I have said mean. Anyway.
Potion seller, enough of these games. I'm going into battle, and I need your strongest potions. My strongest potions will kill you, traveler. You can't handle my strongest potions. You better go to a cellar that sells weaker potions. Potion seller, I'm telling you right now, I'm going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. You don't know what you ask, traveler. My strongest potions will kill a dragon, let alone a man. You need a cellar that sells weaker potions, because my potions are too strong. Potion seller, I'm telling you I need your strongest potions. I'm going into battle. I'm going to battle and I need your strongest potions. You can't handle my strongest potions. No one can. My strongest potions are fit for a beast, let alone a man. Potion seller, what do I have to tell you to get your potions? Why won't you trust me with your strongest potions, potion seller? I need them if I'm to be successful in the battle. I can't give you my strongest potions because my strongest potions are only for the strongest beings and you are of the weakest. Well, then that's it, potion seller. I'll go elsewhere. I'll go elsewhere for my potions. That's what you'd better do. I'll go elsewhere for my potions and I'll never come back. Good. You're not welcome here. My potions are only for the strongest and you're clearly not of the strongest. You're clearly the weakest. You've had your say, potion seller, but I'll have mine. You're a rascal. You're a rascal with no respect for knights.
Okay, that's no respect for people. You're a rascal with no respect for knights.
Except your potions. Why respect knights when my potions can do anything that you can?
Yes. So that's Potion Seller. It's literally just called Potion Seller. It's got 11 million views from 12 years ago. So actually, sorry, not 11 years ago. 12 years ago. My bad. There's a link. I don't know. Raging Cave. Thanks for gifting us up to Diamond Destruct. That's the first notification of money in what? An hour 20. Thank you. Appreciate you. I need to turn the sounds in Dwarf Fort back on. And also then mute YouTube again so I don't accidentally, play a music video or something. All right. Tabs muted. Can tab this back in. Okay, sweet. We're back. Sweet. Hi. Can you name a dwarf? I don't know. Can you? Stone got a redemption, which I super duper didn't notice. Stone can name a dwarf though. I'm pretty sure I don't have a dwarf. You do not have a dwarf. So Stone, what dwarf you want? You need to be a tier 2 subscriber to be able to dwarf people. Cacophony of stupid. Tier 2 subscribers get to do that. So you gotta pay me more money. Name a bit. Oh shit, my bad. Sorry. YouTube was a bit quiet. You want to be Yuvish. You are married to Darius. Apparently. It is in the beta branch, Mork, and it has been for 7 days. Lives an orderly life, organized and neat. She does not go out of. She is not careful with resources when working on projects. Is pleased by her own appearance and accomplishments, and has a sense of duty. Though she finds this can conflict with her sense of independence. Easily falls in love or develops positive feelings. Is often nervous. Turn around after Devil Dawn. Thanks for gifting us up to Baby Blue for it. Appreciate you greatly. Means a lot. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square this natural tendency with her respect and martial prowess, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is trusting and can handle stress. Runs her fingers through her hair when she's nervous and talks to inanimate objects when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting and masterwork someday. Treasures independence, strongly believes that peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and is put off by family. Like serpentine, steel, and tourmaline, and the color rust, armor stands and cows for their hunting moves, and the black bears for their strength, and when possible prefers to consume cabbages, sewer brew, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. I just read it because it's part of the description, right? You're married to Darius, you're friends with an elven dancer, and you're close friends with Eurist Landwalk, and you're also close friends with another zombie and the manager and a few other dwarves in the fort. You do have a full set of clothes, which is good. You were taken to the hospital once by Dragonspike, and I also probably need a new a new chief medical dwarf because mine caught fire. Unfortunate. And her nose bridge is incredibly concave. Her close-set cobalt eyes are protruding. And there you go. Cheers, Agamemnon. Glad you get something out of these silly streams I do. But for clarity's sake, the way you get dwarves right now in the fort is either be a tier 2 subscriber and nominate somebody, be nominated by a tier 2 subscriber, or get the redemption. Those are the ways you get dwarves, because if I just accepted every person who could possibly want a dwarf in my chat, every dwarf would be named, and half of the stream would just be me naming dwarves. So we have to restrict it. And I tried doing that for a bit, and honestly, I find it exhausting, and it hurts my voice. So, it's gotta be a special thing. Yeah, exactly. So if you are convinced that you always want to have a dwarf, make yourself a tier 2 subscriber and go nuts with it. Otherwise, patience. Yep, curly hair, very much so. I like that the curly hair has sprites now. Or more sprites, because they had way less before. So if I go one layer up, this was the layer I was going to start building the roof on. Question is how exactly do I do that? I think the easiest way to build the roof would be to dig all the way around one layer. And then start building ramps. One layer in, start building walls, and then just keep going. Aren't those already in? Mork? Melabink? Like, I'm pretty sure that that's in the game. If you have 2 little red eyes in the middle of your skull, or if you're giving me $10 a month instead of 5. That's how you know if you're a tier 2 subscriber. And also for clarity's sake, I don't give tier 2 subscriber benefits to gifted subs because it's already a lot to keep track of. And I can't keep track of gifted subs on top of it. It's not going to. Because you traumatized them multiple times, Travenoid. Repeatedly traumatized dwarves. This dwarf currently is dealing with cave adaptation. That's totally fine, Shadow Absorber. Like, it's not something that I'm trying to force on people. It's an extra perk for people who are giving me more money. That's all it is. It's the reason it's not, like, pinned everywhere all over the stream, right? It's like, if that's something that you're already doing, cool, here's an extra, right? Otherwise, don't worry about it. Yeah, well, you're a moderator, right? If you're an active chatter, you're more likely to get gifted a sub, or more likely to get gifted a dwarf. Because you're actively around. People know you. So glad they added potions. There's no potions in Dwarf Fortress yet. What? Unless there is, in which case, what the fuck? I need to go find potions in adventure mode. But I thought none of that stuff was in yet. Talking to YouTube chat if anybody's confused. Sarcasm. Oh, you're talking about the new potion star stuff I was throwing up. Okay, because, like, they are adding potions to Dwarf Fort, but, like, they're not in the game yet, so I was like, what? I can't handle them? Ah, right, yes. They would kill me, naturally. Because the potions are too strong for me, cough traveler. Did I expel you, Budgie? No, I didn't. Okay, so I'm going to try expelling Budgie to Rage Cavern because I'm just very curious. What happens if I expel you to a place that's on my map? I'm assuming you still leave the map, but... First, he's getting a drink, I think. I tend to agree. Gutter Cruer is, in fact, terrifying. I'm assuming he's just going to walk off the map. Yeah, looks like it. Also has cave adaptation. That's unfortunate. Yeah, he's just leaving. Okay, well, I guess that answers that question. See how many bedrooms I still need to make? Can't be that many. I think I just made those all that one out of boulders by mistake, but it's okay. Let's go across here and across there. Also, something I need to check. Yeah, this stockpile is full. I'm just kind of perplexed as to why. You still receiving food? Okay, I don't think healing this character actually helped you receive food. This was satisfied after receiving food. I don't know, that's bizarre. Do not know what's up with that adventurer. Does puke cause miasma? Thankfully, no, it doesn't. But freakishly enough, it's a drinkable liquid. Meaning, well, be careful if you run out of booze if there's puke everywhere. The dwarves might try drinking it. Which is really bad for your dwarves' mental health for what I would assume to be obvious reasons. Okay, so I'm going to take a big ol' risk. That's what I'm going to do. Start building a roof. And the reason that this is a big ol' risk is there is a very real chance that I could get attacked. And the fort is currently completely open, and it would be horrible if something were to happen to it. Obvious reasons? Well, if you think it looks yummy, then by all means, help yourself. Or I'm sure in an average dwarven fortress, there's plenty to go around. Set up a militia just in case. We have one. Should probably get them training again. But problem is currently they are very much indoor focused dwarves because my training area was inside, but I actually need to move my training area outside. So I'm going to move my training area up to here. Which is currently right here. Let's get rid of that. Get you guys to training. I think, I think my evil area with freakish weather once ran out of booze. A lot of dwarves had trauma from being forced to drink the stuff. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I once had a haunted fort that was raining mucus. And, yeah, same effect. It was rather unpleasant. Rather unpleasant. Not something I would recommend you force your dwarves to do. Let's also move up here. Just put beds over here. Go over here. Throw doors in as well. I think I'm about to run out of doors, but currently that seems to be like I have enough anyway, so it's good. Let's see how many more bedrooms I need. A lot. Okay, well that explains. Explains a lot. Let's just get dwarves that are upset into the bedrooms. The less upset dwarves obviously don't need them as much. They'll learn to like it. Not to spoil too many mechanics about this game, but it's not really how it works, dude. There's some things that are just considered to be mood detrimental, They can get over seeing a lot of dead bodies at the expense of their personal tendencies and habits. But no, they can't get over drinking vomit. That will even upset, like, a soulless zombie. There are some things that they just can't get over, and that's one of them. I love how this is a conversation, whether or not you can get over drinking vomit. This is a conversation that I'm having with my chat right now. Chat, save me. Please get me out. I need to go literally anywhere else. Talk about literally anything else. Well, maybe not more or less anything. Just about anything else within reason. And I also need a back rub and a nap. So if we could get that chop shop, that would be great. In other news, my knee fucking hurts because I decided to move a chair in my apartment because it was in the way of where I was storing my tomatoes. Anyway, let's just say that I forgot the chair was there when I had the light off and bashed my knee real hard last night, so my knee hurts. Could we also like somehow fit knee replacement surgery in on that? Be great. Budgie, I've got bad news. I expelled you. The good news is I didn't expel you somewhere where you would die, so. I wouldn't ask a university fraternity pledge anything, but I would, however, judge them for trying to join a fraternity and also question their intelligence. As somebody who completely skipped being a young person and went from being a high schooler to working full-time, I've got very little respect for people who are like, I need to go to university so that I can be a child. It's like, fuck you. Going to university is a privilege. And if you choose to, like, squander that by just, like, being an asshole to people, then get fucked. What's the plan for today's fortress? Fixing it. Mostly. And building a library in the basin of this volcano. That's the plan. I have very little respect for that part of, like, university culture, in case it wasn't clear. No. I don't really want to use obsidian for these ramps. I want to use something else for these ramps. Problem is, I don't know what. Use andesite. That I don't think was andesite. I'm actually also making extra ones. I can get wall pieces in easier. I will use obsidian for the walls, though. Parties are fun? Yeah, no, zero respect. Like, genuinely, I stand by what I say. It's like, if you have the privilege of being able to either A, afford to go to university, or B, be able to go to university, if your goal is to party, fuck off. That's it. Like, genuinely fuck off. You've got the rest of your life to party. Like, I would have loved to have the chance to go to university when I was younger. Would have loved the opportunity, and couldn't because I couldn't afford it. So, I disagree that there is balance to be had there. Go learn or get out. Yeah, exactly. All of the culture around fraternities and stuff I just think is genuinely kind of disgusting. But anyway, that's the plan for today's fortress, is we've tamed the volcano. Let's try and get everybody into bedrooms. Let's build up the fortress and progress it a little bit because I've spent so many times retiring it. There's a fire alarm going off. Just stopped. Okay. What would I have studied? Probably some form of music or composition. And then everybody's like, fucking move to Europe. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Oh, you mean like you don't have that kind of culture in Europe? Well, that's cool. That's good. Yeah, no, I wanted to go into composition or scoring because it's what I was good at. Music theory, maybe? But yeah, no, I mean, the schools that I would have been able to get into were all private because all of the non-private schools were completely filled with immigrants or migrant workers or migrant students, my bad. And because of this, the universities that I could have gone to were so prohibitively expensive that I would still be in debt. Like, I've actually looked at my income every year since when I would have graduated. And if I hadn't gotten a job in the industry and ended up doing what I'm doing now, I would be like $100,000 in debt, easy. If I hadn't ended up what I'm doing now and ended up in the industry, I would still be in debt. So, you know. Ben T from YouTube is being nominated by Suited Giraffe as a potential dwarf nomination. So, Twitch chat. Does Ben T get a dwarf? Yes or no? You guys can veto it, but you guys get to vote. So just type in the word yes or no or the vote yay or vote nay emotes. Doesn't matter. Let's go here and here. I don't even know how we got on this subject about fraternities, but here we are. All right. So now the question is, what kind of dwarf does Ben get? Ben get beard, definitely, but chat, what kind of dwarf do we give Ben? Mechanic? Do I have a mechanic? Let's see. I do have a siege engineer. It's kind of a mechanic. He's currently reciting poetry. Have I crashed in adventure mode when going in / being near necro towers? I have not, no. If you are getting crashes, your best course of action is to use the Dwarf Fortress bug tracker and and post your crash logs. Especially if it's repeatable. And if it's consistently repeatable, send it to Putnam. Even more so. Send in your save file and everything if you can. Or go to the KitFox Discord and go to the bug tracking channel. But no, I have not had crashes near necro towers. Learning 3 to 4 hours, 4 days a week for the next while? Oh, really? What you learning, Stone? Didn't know that. Almost 50 still paying? Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. To hell with that. It's like, I can deal with like 8 or so years of debt, but more than that, nope. Won't do it. So Ben T has killed a troglodyte, like many dwarves in this fort. You are actually a decent military dwarf, too. Just stats-wise, like skills-wise. Like you've got a bunch of like competent skills in that kind of thing. Your name's Massive Manor. That's a good name. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions, is sometimes cruel and can be very ambitious, is always looking for a way to better his situation, is stubborn, is quite polite, is quick to anger and likes to brawl, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, tends to reveal personal information, is generally acts with a narrow focus in the current activity, does not often feel lustful and rarely feels discouraged, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. Ooh, noted. Personally, values cunning, hard work, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes zinc, turquoise, rings, buckets, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. The words of the mindful saffron, the sound of the silky embrace, and the sight of the fancy glosses, and when possible, prefers to consume copperhead snake and alpaca cheese and cranberry wine, and absolutely hates hamsters. Fascinating. Feels euphoric due to inebriation recently, and has no long-term relationships, but does have many passing acquaintances. Speaking of cool things that were found, somebody on Discord found a tube that goes all the way down to hell in the middle of a dwarven location, which is amazing. There's hell in DF. And it ain't half full. Chat, can I talk spoilers for a second? If you're sensitive to spoilers, I don't know, plug your ears. There's a fourth cavern layer, guys. Hate to break it to you, there's a fourth cavern layer. And how do you find it? Well, dig deeply and greedily. That's how you find it. I can actually just tell you if you want. I don't care so much. A lot of people are like weirdly weird about spoilers, but I personally think in a game like this, it's kind of redundant to be iffy about spoilers. Shields, let's do copper shields. I'll make 3 of them. My mayor wants them. We'll do them seasonally. Bunch of buzzards fighting with my dwarves. Probably just flying in here, actually. Okay, let's also... Well, I canceled that, but let's go here real quick and fill in the last of these bedrooms that they haven't been. Okay, this one hasn't. Let's get you filled in. Okay, we're actually doing okay on beds. This is the line for dwarves that don't have beds yet, so give that dwarf a bedroom. Percentage of... Okay, so do you want to know how to dig too deep? It's very easy. Go find the nearest adamantine or the nearest strange pillar studded with gems and dig in it. That's how you dig too deeply. And if you see something evil, you probably haven't dug deep enough. But when you see a lot of evil, you've dug deep enough. It's one of those, like, when you've done it, you'll know. Kind of deal. But be careful around adamantine. Your horse disappeared for about 2 minutes and then reappeared named. Oh, that's kind of funny. Wait, did you fast travel during the disappearance, or? And Bruce Willis is dead at the end of Sixth Sense. Yeah, like all that. Yeah, that would be interesting. Arquin Moore. The other thing that, like, I need to make a video on, which I need to do over the weekend when I'm not streaming, is I need to look into Adventure Fort, which is a DF hack mod that allows you to do just about everything that you can do in Fortress mode in Adventure mode. I'm curious about how functional it is. Rende has been taken by a Fey Mood. We'll have to follow that. You are a clother, meaning I should be good for stuff. Because it needs its own story now? I mean, that's worth pausing and checking legends for. A lot of cloth, okay. Gordon Freeman is hired by the G-Man. There you go. Can mine and shit in Adventure. You could also just, like, walk around and be a crafts dwarf. I remember it not being super functional, so I'd want to look at it again before I recommend it to people. You haven't messed around with Legends mode yet? What? It's like the best part of the game, man. Jeez. That's like going to school and saying, I've never heard of Wikipedia. Like, what? The heck? Missing out. Jeez. Portraits? Yeah. Update your game. Legends mode is why Dwarf Fortress is cool. Like, if you're playing Dwarf Fortress and you're never messing around in Legends, you're probably rapidly going to become one of those people who's like, well, this city builder, this city builder, this city builder is better. And it's like, if you've never played around with Legends mode, okay, I could see why you would feel that way. But putting it simply, Legends is what makes Dwarf Fortress cool and why Dwarf Fortress is special. Without Legends, it's just a town builder. Older than Wikipedia. Okay, Grandpa. Also, apparently I need to read the last Discord story, so I hope you guys have been writing. Let me queue up a couple of these and then we'll do it. Ice the Black Cat, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raider. Can I get a round of beers for the raid? Please do not drown them. I actually don't know what year Wikipedia started. What time? 2001. Yeah, I'm also older than Wikipedia. Not by much, though. For some reason, I thought it was 1991, but no, it's 2001. I think I'm out of doors. Yes. Okay. Yeah, my parents used to have the encyclopedia of everything. It, like, took up a very large number of shelves in the finished basement that we had. It was, like, necessary for every household to have it at the time. I mean, I'm born in 94, and I always thought that Wikipedia was 1991. Anyway, let me just take a look-sees at this right here. Calmly Gremlin. Grammar is easy when drunk. Productive pizzaman is finished. Waterfalls drawn from transparent aqueducts. What are those words? Will it blend? Yes. All caught up. '97, '96, there you go. 3 days after your wedding? Fuck that, man. The hell with that. That's awful. Glad you made it though. That would have been horrible if like I can't imagine the like trauma that you have to deal with going through that. Because like any time in hospital sucks. Any time of sickness sucks. Getting sick right after a big memorable event, it's gonna overshadow the big memorable event. That blows, dude. Like there's several camping trips that I remember as a kid where like when I went camping with my family and it was like, oh yeah, got food poisoning on day 2 and I don't remember anything of the trip even though apparently it was a great time. All I remember is getting food poisoning. Wife is so nice. Well, hell yeah. Hopefully you get a honeymoon or something post awful sickness. Hopefully you have health insurance. ER ain't cheap if you don't. Depending on where you are. Arende, the clother, has created Gurithdogic, a rounded cave spider silk cap, and offers it to the strong balls. And Dishmab the bard's been found dead. Judging by the blood in the general vicinity, I think you got into a fight with a troll. That or my captain killed you. Yep, captain killed you. I guess somebody offended you, or you offended somebody. Also, what was that? Oh, yeah, okay. Speedy Gonzalez bonked him in the head, and he's turned up dead. Work killed your honeymoon in Europe? Well, there you go. And this is right here, and doesn't have a sprite. It's a rounded cave spider silk cap. While craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pinfire opal cabochons, encircled with bands of cave spider silk, made from cave spider silk cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and iron and magnetite, and an image of Reg Boatstroke. Reg Boatstroke is traveling. The artwork relates to the traveling of the dwarf Reg Boatstroke to the Dragonspike in the midsummer of 305. Huh. I don't have a reg or a rag for that matter. I wonder if that's a visitor. Nope. I don't know who that was. In other news, Flute Squids and Ulsa Craft Convent want to join as citizens. Ulsa is the Leopard Man poet, so I will say yes to you, but I won't say yes to you. Yeah, I don't need no human poet. Well, I mean, okay, chat, do I take the human poet happy? Yes, no. No, he does not get tired as a zombie now, which really makes me want to make an entire squad of adventurers that are left sprinting when they retire, and then I'll turn them into zombies, and then put them all into a military squad so that they go real fast. Benti, no. Everybody in Twitch chat, yes. Well, looks like it's a yes then. Be funny. I mean, it'd be Hyperspeed Squad. Squatty Zoomies. Squad with the Zoomies. Maxim Squatty Go-Go, or whatever. I should try and put statues on top of these, shouldn't I? I hate it. I mean, they'd all need to be cat people then. But I still hate it. I think I hate that more than the jokes, so I don't think I'm gonna do that. Sorry. Gotta apologize, but I don't think that's happening, mate. You know, there's some time I have this thing, Moreb, where I refuse to allow certain types of conversation and behavior in my chat. And that is a thing that if I did that, it would just encourage stuff that just annoys the ever-living shit out of me. So for my sanity, I'm going to have to respectfully say absolutely never. Is the way we're going to have to roll with that. I realize a lot of people love that stuff. I need to never. And if this is the thing that kills my streaming career eventually, is me refusing to make a squad of high-speed cat boys in my fort, if that's the thing that kills my stream, fucking so be it. I will die on that cliff. Okay, respect for the pun, though. But no, I'm not. Boundaries got to start somewhere. Yep. And the thing that one person that one time who got really mad with me doesn't understand is that I need to actually enjoy my place of work. And this is my place of work. If I don't enjoy my place of work, I'm not going to like my job very much. And if I don't like my job, well, that's bad for you guys, because then I'm cranky at work all the time. And so quality of stream get worse. And yeah, everybody loses, basically. SCJ wants you to post beers, chat. So post beers. But that being said, just a bunch of high-speed jurists, that I'm in for. That we can do. Can you get one? Absolutely. What kind of Dwarfus do you want, Selena? Okay, fine. You want a military dwarf? Okay, which one? The zombie isn't up for grabs, so which one do you want? You can see the list. The human's a mercenary, by the way. Wait. Kivish? I was gonna say, I don't see a Kivish. It's the one at the bottom. It's the last one I looked at. Kivish is a Marks dwarf, apparently. Killed a rodent man, has killed 2 rodent men, including Fist Sore, whose fist was probably sore after punching the Forgotten Beast, which is what got him named. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. Is a perfectionist, tends to form only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Is quite polite and often feels envious of others, can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Is bothered by this since he... is bothered by this since he holds romance in a low regard. He has a greedy streak and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and winks during conversations and becomes very rigid when he's angry. Also, part of the reason I don't really care about artifacts getting stolen is because I'm going to go steal them back as adventurers later, and it's a bunch of quests, okay? It's story building. Don't worry about it. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Finds romance distasteful and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes orpiment, brass, and tanzanite, and opossum leather, and giant mandrill tooth. The color pale chestnut, diamonds, coffins, and crowns. And cavies for their adorable call. Blood amaranths for their striking color, and the word of the mindful saffron and the sound of the laces of pregnancy, and when possible prefers to consume bumblebee mead and absolutely hates purring maggots. Is untroubled by unmet needs. Is untroubled by unmet needs, which is good. Your unmet needs are you really need to pray to the superior. That's a good god name. Holy shit. And you're a member of the Doctrine of Fortresses, and a militia dwarf and member of the Strong Balls. You're not married, and you worship the god Kulsim. Who would hate a purring maggot? Me. because for years they were bugged and didn't work. So I hate praying maggots. The flowery dusts. Nah, you can leave. It's fine. I don't need no flower dust. What? No. He was actually like going around and doing like taking care of himself and whatnot. I didn't see you go melancholic. How did you die of dehydration? What a shame. Like, he was walking around at normal speed, was doing just fine. Maybe he was going for water. Man. Well, I'm gonna make a nice tomb for Bombwreck. Chat, where should I put Bombwreck's tomb? The Great Twaddle. I'll even, like, put it outside of the fort, like, over in one of these, if you guys think that's a good idea. You know, maybe putting a nice tomb in one of these pillars would be good. Same with the elephant? Perhaps. I mean, doesn't feel anything at somebody's death. Dwarf Fortress Rage, the creative bond of wisdom is now dead. Not feeling sad right now, says Domas. Pillar Tomb? I think either Rage Cavern Tomb or Pillar Tomb. Rage Cavern is the... where is it? This rock with the caves in it. Hey, Shadow Slippers over on YouTube. Thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate you. It's okay. The FPS will come back when the fires burn out. Just, like, give it 10 minutes. Like, if you're running at, like, a frame a second or 2 frames a second, it'll take maybe, like, 3 to 5 minutes to burn out, probably. Unless they're gems. Gems will burn for a year. And also, it's not the fire, it's the smoke. Dwarves can't path through smoke. They can path around fire. Found the dead mountain goat your horse killed? Well, there you go. Just find a random dead mountain goat. A tomb with running water and some plants. Oh, boy. There's no running water on this map, though. I could give him a puddle, though. Make the whole of Dragonspike into one big necropolis. You know, that's not a bad idea. Like a tomb for adventurers. But that would require me getting the adventurers' bodies and carrying them here. That's grim, but I kind of like it. I haven't found any jet, otherwise I would make jet. So you might give it a read. What, this one? Could it hold beliefs? Authored by Oda. It concerns the nature of belief. The writing artfully indulges the author's fantasies. Do animal people reproduce? Yes, but not if they're an adventurer, because no adventurers reproduce. I think I'm gonna put it in one of these pillars, and I think I'm gonna start making. These pillars into a necropolis. Is what we're gonna do. So each layer of these pillars is going to be a portion of the tomb. I'm going to make a metalsmith's forge, and I'm going to make a statue of the character first. I'm going to put a pedestal with as much of their gear as I can recover. Which, actually, not the clothing, just the rings. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4 rings, a coffin, and a statue. Yes, even if retired in fort mode. But the reason that they are asexual when you retire... Actually, you might be in an ad. I'll wait. Closest alternative. Well... let's do an iron coffin. I also need to smelt magnetite. Or hematite. I think magnetite's closer, though. Let's just do 20. Okay, so the reason your adventurers can't have kids and can't get married and are asexual is because if they weren't, then whilst you're playing adventure mode, they would randomly, like, basically get married to people that they became kindred spirits with and then get really sad if you couldn't see them. So it's because marriage isn't a mechanic in adventure mode yet. That's how I understand it. I could be wrong. But as I understand it, it's because it's not a finished mechanic that is a planned mechanic. And if they were to patch over it with, like, a different mechanic, then they'd have to unpatch that later. So it's essentially like a stopgap to not cause issues before the mechanic that's intended gets implemented. That's how I understand it. Because otherwise you'd just be like walking around in adventure mode and randomly, I love you, we're married now. Because Fortress mode does work the same way mechanically as adventure mode. So if randomly suddenly, why is there an injured baby? Why are you? Oh no, that's really depressing. So randomly they'd be like, I love you. And then they'd be like besties forever. But like, yeah, it would have a lot of awkward ripple effects basically. Randomly giving birth in the woods. You know, I never thought about that. But that is an extremely funny mental image. Just randomly going for a walk and then bang, baby. Well, shit. Could you imagine just like having to deal with morning sickness in Dwarf Fort? Oh my god. To hell with that. Furniture. Best I got is silver. Oopsies. So, furniture, silver, statue, custom, historical figure, bomb wreck. This is a forlorn stalker, hey? Was a giant tortoise man born in 280 of unknown parentage, possessed an unusual destiny. I haven't seen that in a while. You know, I think I just thought of something really stupid, but might also be kind of like a fun thing to do in chat. When I bury adventurers, I'm going to play Kogan's Son. I'm going to pause the game's music and we're going to play Kogan's Son. Because I don't hear that song often enough. It means they were an adventurer. Yeah, I can. Okay, we'll have to deal with that later. Other than just total annihilation. Yeah, I feel like it should play on retirement too. Retirement, abandonment, total annihilation are the things it should play for. But whatever. Maybe more often. Silver statue of a dingo woman? This is an exceptional silver statue of a dingo woman. It is an exceptionally designed image of a dingo woman and bomb wreck, the creative blood of wisdom, the giant tortoise man in silver, and the giant tortoise man in silver. The dingo woman is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of a dingo man by the giant tortoise bomb wreck. So I'm gonna make a second statue for bomb wreck, is what I'm gonna do. Furniture, silver, statue. And this one is going to be, and I'm just going to specify a new image of bomb wreck. Just so I just get an image of them instead of them like. There you are. Keep working. The great... What? Power... The shell of... power. There we go. The shell of power will be the name of this image. And a dining hall if you don't have a tavern. Dwarves will just drink in the stockpile if you don't have a tavern. Dwarves will eat in dining halls. They're more eating places than drinking places. Gloves! Thanks for the 17th month. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Gloves? Keeping that sub alive for a 17th month. Hope you're doing all right, dude. How's the weather up there, if I can ask? It's like cold and dreary and rainy. It was like legitimately almost summer weather for like 3 days, and now it's like suddenly like 10 degrees and raining, and it's like, well, crap, back to spring. Dwarf barrel is just a big mug. A mug big enough to stick your head in. Speaking of big mugs, over on my merch store, I need to figure out how to remove this text. It's like drop 001. I only noticed it the other day. All of my mugs are now available in big size, except for that one, apparently. Is this one? This one is. Okay, I didn't click save on that one. Don't buy that one yet. But the rest are all available in big size. So you can buy mugs in bigger size than before. They're now available in 590 milliliters instead of just, you know, not 590 milliliters. You can now buy a mug that is bigger than you could buy before. When you need big coffee. Yeah, there you go. Big mug for big coffee. Satheth wheel searches. What are you? Human Axeman. Do I invite Human Axeman to go die in my caverns? Because he won't live, so. Can I copper shield? Silver statue of a dingo woman. Okay. This is up here. Ooh, can I do copper floors? I think copper floors for this room. No coffee other than big coffee. What's funny is my coffee pot technically isn't supposed to make more than 500 mils of coffee. So it's like, well, I do make more than 500 mils of coffee, but I don't think I would actually be able to fill that mug up all the way. Anyway, exclamation point merch in chat if you want to acquire big coffee. Okay, I got a bunch of animals I need to train that probably need to be butchered. I need to do a great releasing of like creatures because I've got like a bunch of stuff that are in cages that need to not be in cages anymore. When it's empty, you make another. I recently have been on a sugar-free like energy drink-ish kick. But yeah, I'm usually about the same. I have a single 500 ml mug. The rest are all like 250, I think. Is black no sugar? Damn right. Well, I don't make it super strong these days. I like light roasts and medium roasts. I do like a dark roast, but I don't make it super strong. I used to. The reason I stopped is I'm now on ADHD pills. And truthfully, I don't really need as much coffee anymore. No, not the andesite coffin. Need that iron coffin. There you go. If anybody's wondering what this temple is for, it's for my an adventurer of mine who died. Barfing all over the crypt. I mean, it's just during the construction I've said crypt. Okay. Clearly they weren't a huge fan of this individual adventurer. Anyway, I think chat said yes. So, we'll do that. Who died? Turtle Man Adventurer. Giant Tortoise Man, not Turtle Man. Yeah, no, it's... And also your tolerance for alcohol. Now that I have not found. I have the same alcohol tolerance I've always had, so that's interesting. But yeah, no, I mean, pre-ADHD pills, I would drink like a liter of strong coffee a day, maybe 2. Post, I drink a cup. And the energy drinks I'm drinking aren't really actually energy drinks. They have 70 milligrams of caffeine. So not much when it comes to energy drinks. And also no B12 or B6 nonsense. Literally just some caffeine. So they're definitely like tame on the energy drink scale. I'm not currently on meds for bipolar. But that's because I've never actually been hospitalized with a episode. The reason I am not is because I was put on some antidepressants for sleeping. And they didn't work and just made me, it just like exacerbated everything. And so I went back and spoke and they were like, okay, we'll put you on these other ones. And then it was like, okay, yeah, that also fucks me up. So literally every single kind of antidepressants that I trialed over a short period was like bad. So we kind of like backwards worked our way into, yep. What's 70 milligrams, not milliliters or meters or whatever. But the 70 milligrams drink is, what's this? It's sugar-free nonsense, so most people hate it. It's diabetes, but it's sweetened with whatever it's called. Sweetened with sucralose. Sucralose is how you spell that. Lithium is used for bipolar, yes. My sister-in-law is on lithium. But like my brother-in-law also has diagnosed bipolar disorder, but he isn't medicated. It depends on like how major it is. It's one of those things where if you are not needed to be medicated, you shouldn't be medicated. And I kind of feel that way about just about everything. And because I've never been hospitalized, it's like, yeah, my sister-in-law gets like, goes in for like lithium injections and shit, which I've never had to do. Oh, I'll bet you my livestock spotted them through the walls. That or a dwarf just walked out here. Gonna send the soldiers down. Because the manic is manageable without meds, but the depressive side isn't. Oh, that's interesting. No, antidepressants make me more depressed. Turns out. So this brand new axeman who just showed up is here helping. We've got Atir, who's joining in with the fighting. Actually dodges him. It's not named or anything. Doesn't even have any extra skills. We've got Insulina, who runs in and attacks the rodent man spearman, but he jumps away. The Marks dwarf attacks the rodent man spearman, but he jumps away. Marks dwarf being Insulina, yep. You're not in the fighting just yet. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Seems like Insulina's doing quite well with her iron sword, even though some of the attacks are getting blocked. Atir just got injured. Got charged, actually, and knocked over. Oh, I see. Never mind. Got something embedded in you. Bronze spear. Ah, got a bronze spear stab lodged in the right lower leg. Yeah, I'm not, fortunately. You should stay on your meds then. Yeah, I don't mind actually having coffee as purely a thing for enjoyment. Like for me, like coffee is like alcohol. It's a thing that I do for enjoyment now because I like the taste of it, not because I need it out of necessity, which is quite nice, honestly. I think that I'm gonna, since I have the squads down here anyway, we're gonna send them over to this side because this is where they, not the only place they come from, but one of the places that they've been walking into the map from, and then also up here. Actually, let's just send them up here. They'd be coming in a moment. There they are. Because if they're not there right now, if there isn't any there right now, I could probably just wall this off. They come? All right, we're good. Let's send this squad home. We're going to go back to training. Only need 14 blocks. Let's just use obsidian because I got tons of it. And I should also start making more blocks because I'm running out. I mean, I used to drink like significantly more coffee. The amount of coffee that I was drinking pre-meds was actually less. Ooh. Squirt Thunder! That's a funny last name. What's your first name again? S-A-T-H. S-A-T-A-T-H. What? Huh? Oh, S-T-A. I can read. There you are. Do I let this legendary dyer named Squirt Thunder move into the fort? Oh, there absolutely is there's multiple commands to do multiple things, but I don't use, the only DF hack command I use is occasionally full heal and quick save. My answer is don't ever use ChatGPT for Dwarf Fortress because it will not give you good information. We have done the science to figure out that it is one, a terrible piece of software, and two, a terrible piece of software to learn this video game in particular. None of your dwarves try to move. After every siege, all killed goblins have a hard lock on them. None a single dwarfs try to move them or throw their items away. I think in labor, standing orders is fine. Can you show me what you're supposed to do? Are they like skeletons? Because the two things are standing orders. Well, first you can like click, drag, and unforbid things. If you're talking about the bodies, if it's gear, then you use click, drag with the gear. Just click and drag, unforbid on the gear, right? If you're talking about the bodies, by default, this is turned on, right? Second is, if you turn this on, outdoor refuse, they will gather rotten outdoor bodies. And they rot really quickly. Second thing is, if you turn this on, then they will gather vermin remains outdoors. If you don't have that on, they will not gather rotten bodies that are outside. Does any named dwarf die? Oh, are you asking if you're dead, Samuel? You are in fact dead. Yeah, I recall your dwarf dying yesterday. I can't remember exactly what the situation was. I'm gonna let this person in because their name's too funny. Join the military. Because you're a mercenary. But Lord Samuel, I can tell you, unfortunately, your dwarf is no longer with us. My apologies. Nature is truly healing in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, it's good to be back in it. The dwarf is with the angels now. The dwarf is visiting Armok, asking for his signature, saying he's a big fan. Putting boulders on these, whatever's closest. Maybe not the schist, because that's a less common stone. Although, I do need to finish burying that adventurer. So this right here is going to be a tomb. It's going to be a tomb dedicated to Bomrek. Although Bomrek already has a grave. It's probably one of these. Because I did make a whole bunch of tombs down here. Of course, it's going to be the last... Does Elfie Bean have 2 or am I crazy? Wait. Did I check? I checked that after I assigned it to you, didn't I? I'm dumb. Don't mind me, chat. Just being an idiot here. I don't know why this elf is just standing here. Unfortunate. So, chat room. It's time to begin a new tradition. You know the words. Don't mind the miasma. We'll be gone in a moment. I really want to fight to break out. Just be like, ah, fuck. Chat, you guys are disappointing me on this new tradition. At least salute or something. Post an emote. Like the ghost emote or something, you know? I mean, you're trying. So far, I'm impressed. I like how this dwarf decided to walk, or this human decided to walk, this human poet decided to walk that way as the dwarves walled it off and then turned around and now they're walking the other direction. Like, you're not doing a very good procession here. Also, they canceled the job. Like, wait. There you go, this person. Sigh. This is the most, like, non-ceremonial, like, burial I've seen in a while. Where are you going? Okay. Is there like a... Okay, fuck it, I give up. Party's over. Who did we lose? The tortoise man. What's up, Sean? Welcome back. Extremely slow. Yeah, true. That was beautiful. I hope somebody was laughing. And now there's an ad running. Like, literally everything happened right now while I'm just sitting here going like, come on, walk faster with this body, please. Or don't. Okay. Anyway, we tried. Turn the music back on now. Still gonna watch the actual burial, though. Make sure the body makes it there. Oy vey. What would be truly disrespectful is if, like, it ended up not making it to the right place. Just trying to queue some, like, constructions up real quick. Let's get rid of that. Go up here. Do you right there. Do you right there. Okay. Boom. Follow this dwarf. Bomb wreck died, yes. Turtle Man died. Put a stockpile on it and don't assign anything to the stockpile. Dwarves always clean up stockpiles. Dwarves don't clean up mess that isn't considered part of the fortress. So if you put a stockpile on it, it's considered part of the fortress. That's a trick I discovered accidentally on stream. I had a dwarf like immediately vomit because of a combat thing that happened, and I put a stockpile there afterwards, and it was outside because I literally just embarked, and they cleaned it up like instantly. Oh shit, the Scourge of Balls wants to become a member of the fort. Thomas! Hell yeah! About goddamn time. Proud after being granted citizenship. There you go. The Great Gelder who moves very slowly for some reason. I still don't know why this elephant moves so slowly, but he does. Or she does, rather. There you go. Welcome to the fort, Gelder. Although I don't even think this dwarf's gonna make it to the tomb because they're too thirsty. And this is a large body that's quite heavy. The Scourge of... Chat came up with it. I didn't... It's not my fault. Please don't. Okay? Chat named it, not me. Ads on the funeral SMH. I mean, it's the future, right? I was watching a YouTuber recently, and he has his TV on in the background. And it was just playing, like, a repeating YouTube video of, like, a fireplace burning or something while he was talking. And then randomly, like, an ad kicked in. He's like, fucking ads! It was pretty funny. Like, suddenly it's like shampoo. Mebzuth the Whiskered. I bet you that's my other dwarf. Yep. Mebzuth the Whiskered. Another one of my pretty damn solid fighting dwarves from adventuring is now asking to join. So I should make an adventurer squad, shouldn't I? Oh, wow. I guess I can't. Actually, I wonder if this is one of these where just... Oh, no, I can. I'm just typing in bomb wreck out of habit. So you're going to be the squad leader. Mebzith, you're going to join it. Mostly just to keep track of them. I'm actually... The home of adventures. How's that? The home of adventures? Name of the squad for the adventure squad? Got off meeting with your supervisor, still stressed about the job stuff, but actually feel 100% more prepared than you did about things. Yeah, how is the job situation? I know that you were like super iffy about it previously, Lanix, but... Because pasture zones aren't considered indoors and in part of the fort, right? Okay. Excuse me. Where is this? Tomb. There you are. Are you dead? I think so. Yes. You are in fact dead. You died, I want to say, to a bunch of cavern ratmen. It was either ratmen or giant cave crocodiles, but you died doing what you love, defending the fortress from monsters. So. I really need that not to be the front door. We need a nicer front door. Asob the Frightful Lure as well. Who's another one of my dwarves. Another one of my adventurers. So your official rebid date to pick a new shift is next Wednesday. It sounds like there is potential possibility that you'll be able to get a position. That might be like that I might like, but we'll see. I won't even know very much until Wednesday since I am literally right smack in the middle of the seniority pool. Hey, it's better to be in the middle than in the bottom. It's better to be in the middle than in the bottom. Well, here's hoping. Crossing my fingers for you. I also need to make gear and armor for my elephant. Although it looks like there's armor that fits you. That's kind of wild. So something that I should do, since Bomrek died, what I should do is I should queue up a annual job to make to make clothing for the Elephant Man, and also human clothing. So, say silk sock, silk shoe. What do you wear, actually, Bumwreck? Dress, trousers. Dress and trousers. We'll go with that. So silk sock. Oh wow, you don't even have shoes right now. Silk sock, silk shoe, silk trousers, silk gloves, and silk dress. Except I'm just gonna do literally one of all of these. And it's gonna be done yearly. And they're going to be elephant shaped. Large, large, large. I feel bad for forgetting to make you shoes because the Elephant Man didn't have shoes when they got here. They had boots, and because they weren't in the military for the first year, or they didn't join the fort until just now, they haven't been able to join the military and thus wouldn't have been able to wear boots. Yearly. Yearly. Seasonally. Yearly. Seasonally, yearly. Seasonally, yearly. One-time order. Oh. And that'll be a one-time order. Big mountain you're on? Thank you. I don't know what to say that, but yeah, no, it's a volcano. If you want the save or the install, the fort's called Dragonspike, and it's sitting in my sitting in the announcement section of my Discord. There's a giant cave toad. We're fighting with something. What were you fighting with? Giant Olm. Well, seems like it's over now. Gotta love the cavern fights. Seems like all these jobs were canceled due to Olm away, so... I gotta say right now, if the if a gremlin decided to just appear and pull the lever to turn on my water, that would be really awkward. It would also be really funny. But the reason it would be really awkward is because all of a sudden I would have water on top of my volcano, which would be really funny. New migrant came with 10, 12 children. You can change those settings. Just an FYI. It's next to the, what's it called? It's right next to the, like, population cap settings. You can set it so that you can't get it. Oh, those are obsidian. You can set it so that you don't get as many kid migrants. Like, you can set the population and the migrant caps in a way so that you only get, or you get more adult dwarf migrants. So if you actually hate that and you don't want it to happen, I think it's hysterical and I love it. So I don't really change it, and I kind of like it when it's like single dad, 15 kids. Those are like my favorite migrant waves. I don't know, I guess I'm weird like that, but if you do find it annoying, that's how you fix it. Childs are the future. Children are the future. Yes, this is true. Children are, in fact, the future. Also, can I just say, I don't like TikTok, but banning TikTok isn't a solution. It's a slippery slope to, oh, fuck, the internet's, like, full of cops now. Kind of hope TikTok wins, even though I don't like TikTok. Also, in regards to tech news, what the fuck? Suddenly 3 Embracers? And also, Lord of the Rings and Friends is the dumbest name for a company I've ever heard. Baby plus visitor cap? Yeah, also, I always leave my visitor cap at 50 because, like, 100 is just too much. I'm not making them a loincloth because they don't currently have a loincloth, and then they will always need a loincloth if I make them a loincloth. Where else are they gonna go? If TikTok wins, then it stays TikTok, right? And it's still owned by China. If TikTok doesn't win, then they either disappear and go away or get sold to another American company. And I think the only thing worse than TikTok existing and being TikTok would be like Bobby Kotick buying TikTok, which he's been talking about unironically. And you know, I'm not gonna lie. I think I would prefer the Chinese government own TikTok over Bobby Kotick owning TikTok. That's all I have. That's all I have to. That's just, it's kind of a personal thing, but like, I don't want Bobby to buy TikTok. Okay. That's all. The one thing I dislike more than TikTok is Bobby Kotick. Maybe not one. There's several things I dislike more than TikTok. But when it comes to petty dislikes of things on the internet, yeah, I would say I don't like Bobby Kotick more than I... See, here's the thing. I live in Canada, Cohol, so it doesn't directly affect me. But freedom on the internet is important. Freedom of information on the internet is important. What we need are better protections for individuals on the internet, i.e., better laws surrounding data privacy on the internet. Banning sites on the internet leads towards countrywide firewalls. And when America does something stupid, unfortunately, a lot of Western countries tend to follow. Which means the result is less free internet. Doesn't concern me currently. How's that? Or rather, I think doesn't affect me is maybe a better word to use. When America does something stupid, i.e. most of the things that America does, a lot of the things the US do. So, yeah, no, I'm not a fan of banning things on the internet. I feel like China shouldn't be allowed to have a firewall. The firewall is a large source of why their propaganda is so effective. Shoutouts to like the 10 people who watch me from China, by the way. Because Twitch isn't allowed in China, yet I do know some people who watch me on Twitch from China. Basically, if like every single country in the world has a firewall as effective as China, which most countries would love to have that. That's when I like just start saving seeds and build a cabin in the woods and disconnect from the internet and quit this industry. No, you need something that's equivalent, not something that's mimicking it with worse outcomes. GDPR needs to be a global standard. Limit hours? I don't necessarily agree with that. But what I would say they should do is ban smartphones in schools. That's it. Just period. Just flat, at least in the classroom. Give teachers the ability and the right to remove smartphones. What? I don't think they should limit time necessarily. Although, I don't have kids, so I don't have any actual ground in this, so don't take anything I say as, like, binding statements. I do think it should be way fucking harder for kids to make social media accounts. Yeah, no, kids should be allowed to have their phones, right? Because it's how you communicate with your parents in the current year, and kids being able to talk to their parents is important. You don't have to be a parent to know that much. But banning TikTok doesn't do anything of value for anybody. It just sets dangerous precedents for everywhere. Why the fuck is this all hot? What? There's no lava here. I don't think. That seems like a temperature bug. Hold on, let me check something. Fix/stable temp. Huh. Weird. You mean like a line written in the general conditions? I mean, the reality is the reality is right now companies like Apple. This became like a weirdly on topic, pertinent discussion all of a sudden. I'm sorry for those of you who don't like that. The reality is Apple is going out of its way to initiate kids into bullying each other to use their devices, which makes sense business-wise. Even things like the color of the chat circles, right? You need to disincentivize the tech giants from doing literally any of that. Period. Okay, so I have a question. Facebook, Twitter, Amazon mines your data and sells it to the CCP. How's that any different? Quite literally. Tinder sells your data about when you're lonely to the CCP, regardless of if you pay for it or not. It's not. Okay. I don't like TikTok either. But I don't think it should be banned from any country. I think data privacy laws need to get better. I agree. Screw selling the data to any government. My government? The US? England? Screw that. I agree. But banning it doesn't fix that problem. Banning it just makes it easier for them to ban other apps. That's all that does. It sets a crappy precedent. It's not about selling data, it's about influencing users. Those two are the same thing, though, Devil Dawn. Right? Facebook influences users. I've got another round of Ratman, who's currently fighting with a zombie. He's probably doing a better job fighting them. Punching them. Yeah, it's just dodging them. Rip YouTube comments? It's fine. You're so eepy. It's okay. Dwarf, please. What dwarf you want? Obviously not this one that's currently fighting. Get out of here, dwarves. Oh. Zombie dealt with it already. Well. You clean up the scragglers? Backdoor into every device that it's on. Okay. Facebook has a backdoor into every device that it's on. The difference is it's given to the American government. Okay? So what I would say then, okay, don't ban TikTok. Make a law so that TikTok can't have a backdoor into devices. And while you're at it, also make a law so that Facebook can't have a backdoor into devices. The problem isn't the app. The problem is the country that runs the app. Okay, so don't ban the app. Unfuck your laws. The problem is the countries that don't like the app want their own backdoors. That's the problem. There's more pressing things that concern banning TikTok than that. There's more pressing things than banning TikTok that concern the CCP. Totally. Your cell phone runs Linux? Sure. Fine. Cool. Good for you. I think it's disgusting, and I really hate the US for that, for doing that shit. Anyway, go TikTok. I actually hope they win, even though I will never use the service nor install the damn app. For the same reason I don't have Instagram on my phone. Or WhatsApp. You know, I'll use Signal. That's fine. Oh yeah, I know. Oh, I know, Junkie. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Mentioned to others that banning TikToks for failures to honor US laws like the MCA? That's kind of a moot point, but okay. The MCA needs to be shot in the foot and rewritten, but who cares if people don't honor it? As somebody who makes content, who cares? I also don't follow the Harvey Weinstein case, like, at all, so it's not something that I really care to know about nor follow. It sucks, it's disgusting, yes, I will agree with that. But that's about all I will say. Alright. But no, I don't really want to talk about messed up crap. I'm just mildly frustrated that America decided that it's a good idea to ban apps. That's all. Alright. We are... gonna go down this way. Ironically enough, literally the only thing I use Signal for, person in YouTube chat, is talking about actual money with people. And my strata building. They were all like, let's use WhatsApp. I was like, let's not use WhatsApp. Let's use this. Oh, it looks like WhatsApp. Okay, fine. Sweet. Awesome. And to talk to my one friend who, like, is weird about security. I actually don't care all that much about my data. If I cared about my data, I wouldn't be streaming for a living. I do, however, care about other people's data. Although I do care about my data enough to, like, not, you know, openly allow it. I use general caution, but... You Signal for most of your chats? Yeah. I use the one that it's relevant for. I actually use Discord for, like, everything else. Anyway. If America actually cared about backdoors, there's a lot more than TikTok that they need to deal with. Timu, I'm looking at you! What? Sorry. For this layer it was. Yep. Fucking stop buying things on Temu, you dumbasses. That's all I have to say to anybody who buys things on Temu. Okay, so working on this. Invest Temu. You mean divest in Temu? Signal's where you talk to your wife? Yeah, I mean, if everybody you know uses it, then there you go. I unfortunately don't know enough people who use Signal. I would if I did. Probably get my parents to use it, but I don't really care that much. All right, there we go. This way. Yep. No, I just won't talk to you if you want me to use WhatsApp. I actually missed out on a chick who wanted to go out with me because I refused to install WhatsApp. Which is like kind of stupid of me, I think, because she was nice, but I don't think it's the U.S. You're going to the past last night. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I will say this. Let me tell you this, MMO junkie. It's my stream. I talk about what I want to stream. And I talk about what I want to talk about. I talk about what chat wants to talk about. It's up to chat if they want to make it an unpleasant discussion. You can have pleasant discussions while talking about serious topics. The problem generally is chat makes it an unpleasant discussion. If you want to make it an unpleasant discussion, stop talking and go relax elsewhere. If you want to make it a pleasant discussion, that's fine. If you don't like the discussion, give us a better discussion to have. Don't make it an unpleasant discussion. If you're making it an unpleasant discussion, you're the problem. I think that serious topics need to be discussed. I like talking about serious topics. It's pushed a lot of people away from my streams in the past, and I think that that's sad and unfortunate. So, if you come here to relax, awesome. Give me something else to talk about. Don't make it unpleasant. If you make it unpleasant, things get unpleasant. So thank you for making it unpleasant. Please don't do that. We're well aware of the reality of the world. I'm talking about an app getting banned. And yes, Fallout Rain, you do need a dwarf. Sorry for the late order. Delivery. I don't have any nobles, no. Is the broker available? Maybe. Nope, broker not available. MMO Junkies manager. I'm not giving you my adventurers. Those are staying with their names. Don't particularly want to I could assign a chief medical dwarf. Everyone at work is like, do you use WhatsApp? And I'm like, nope, I don't buy into Facebook Megacorp, so I never get invested to college-held function. So you never get invited to college-held functions and parties. Yeah, I haven't been invited to a birthday party since I deleted Facebook, which I think is kind of sad. Actually, true story. But yeah, no, I probably would have a hard time getting a job nowadays because a lot of schedules go out through WhatsApp. My ex had to get WhatsApp in order to get her work schedule and get a job, which I think is fucked. But as WhatsApp, it's a chat app that used to be an independent company and got bought by Facebook. So it's Facebook's definitely not Messenger alternative. I feel like I like serious discussions, but you're terrible at expressing what you want to say by chat. Oh, that's fine. Ready, okay. Does the investing in chat mean? It's a chat minigame that is completely optional. You can ignore it if you don't want it. Bearded brewer or any beard, really. Mang has gone into a strange mood. Where are you? Who's Mang? That doesn't have a beard. I was gonna say, if that has a beard, I'll just give you that, but bearded brewer. How about Stinthad? Does Stinthad work? Bearded brewer. Since it's the only way to contact her. It really, genuinely, please don't take this the wrong way if you are in that situation. In this situation, it makes me extraordinarily sad how many people only have Facebook as a mode of contact for people that they know are family members. Like, it's just terrifyingly dystopian to me. Yeah, but you don't have to pay for Signal. You don't have to pay for fucking a number of chat apps that don't harvest your data. Did you get your dad to use Discord? Yeah, no, I mean, I did that with a chunk of my family years ago, and it was one of the best things I did during the pandemic. I mean, I pay for Signal, or I've paid for Signal. I gave him $10 like 3 months ago. I just don't do it regularly. Yeah, they have a donation button underneath your profile. It is free. It's completely free and will always be free. But if you want to pay for it, you can. Okay. Fallout Rain is carrying andesite. Is currently euphoric due to inebriation and doesn't feel anything after seeing a rat woman's dead body. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Is conflicted by this as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. Often is sad and dejected, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He does not feel lustful, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is pleased by his appearance and talents. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is often cheerful, can handle stress. Generally, he can handle stress. He's a friendly individual, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Gets distracted during conversation when he's exasperated. That's like just me that you're describing here, Dwarf. That last bit. He needs alcohol. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and he personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. He values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and doesn't care about nature, one way or another. Oops, was just checking something, which screwed up. It's okay. I was looking for your chat logs because I wanted to see if you responded. Which I do quite often, actually. Anyway, I'm sorry about the conversation you find unpleasant. That's how I look up chat logs. But if there's a space there, Twitch outs me. That sucks. I could do it through my bot, but that's too much work. Where did this dwarf go? Oh, no, it's fine. Ads are fun. You're a member of the Farmers Guild, which is probably because you have your job as a brewer, but it's made you into an adept cook, planter, herbalist, etc. But you're still a member of the guild as part of being a brewer. You don't mind, you're a little bit dejected after being away from friends for too long, and you want to acquire something, but that's easy. I was just going to check your clothing, which is easy enough. It's just tunic, gloves, socks, clothes, trousers. And because clothing is pretty basic in this fort, I think we're going to do clothing for everybody pretty soon, because I only need 80 pairs, basically. And welcome to the fort. You can handle stress. You do it by clicking and go into messages. It's easier to type the username in for me because I don't need to scroll up as far. There's a Gorlak here. I'm going to release Monsieur Gorlak because I feel bad about the Gorlak. Oh, too close to the edge. Boink. Will Fort have instruments? I almost never make them. Like, literally almost never make them. Because I find almost always acquiring the parts for them is more of a pain than it's worth. So I usually purchase them. Instruments of destruction. I mean... when do they not? You'd pay for WhatsApp when it promised to stay its own thing, and then a year or two later it got bought out and promised to not become Facebook Messenger? Well, I mean, it's not Facebook Messenger, but that's all it really is it's not Facebook Messenger. Which doesn't mean that it's not Facebook Messenger. It just means it's not Facebook Messenger. But yeah, that sucks, dude. It's kind of like the people who paid for Fortnite. Although, those people, I just kind of go, ha! Like, I kind of can't feel bad. Like, I kind of do, but I kind of don't. I don't know. Like, the people that... Sorry, hobo. One of my moderators bought Fortnite when it was Fortnite Save the World. You paid the, what, like $100 or whatever it was to get into that game and play it. And, yeah, I feel bad because I would be mad, but the Schadenfreude is too easy. I just... it's too... It's right there. I can't... Yeah. Sorry. There's some things I feel bad for, and then there's... Fortnite. I can't. I can't not chuckle. Like, chat, what's something you feel like you should feel bad for on behalf of friends, but just don't? That's not like a super serious thing. Okay, so you are going to be a meeting area. Question is do I make the library public? So you're not puking, no, you're just standing on puke. Let's just do 20 copper tables, 20 copper thrones. An upturned plug. I do not know what an upturned plug is, but yeah, friend standing on Lego, that's a good call. You don't feel bad about your friends being hungover on a work day? True, yeah. Yeah. What if you are hungover for the same reason? Because I've had that happen. Like, there was a day years ago at my old job where me and a coworker at the time... Oh, you need stacked leather. Stacked cloth, stacked leather? Where me and a coworker at the time... Okay, I need a tanner, because apparently... Oh, wow, I do have a tanner. What? No, there's leather right there. Grr. That actually, or you want specific types of cloth? I've got cave spider, so do I have yarn? I do not. You might want yarn. So I'm gonna make a farmer's workshop. Which I need anyway. Should also go down here and just start making weapon traps out of all of the weapons that these baddies drop that aren't great. So like the copper spears and the silver spears and all those. That's what I make weapon traps out of, is literally the people that drop them. It's like, oh, you drop weapons? Okay, I make you weapon trap then. Like this pike. Silver spear. Silver axe, sure, why not? Oh, that's a crossbow, isn't it? Yeah, we'll throw that in there too, just so nobody steals it. At least everybody has shields now. If you look up British plugs, you'll agree. British plugs. What kind of plug? Oh, you mean just like a wall outlet plug? I mean, not gonna lie. Like, not much different in the way of the North American ones. But yeah, no, I could see that. Like, the ones we have here are like almost the same shape, but it is a different shape. But staring at, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to step on either of those. I kind of have a hard time feeling bad for people who step on a rake if they have perfect vision. It's like if you step on a rake and you have perfect vision, that's on you, not on me. That's funny, because I have shitty eyes and I always look for rakes whenever I'm walking around outside. If somebody steps on a rake and smacks themselves, I'm sorry. Basically, non-observant people who have better eyesight than me. It's like it's the same reason I can't feel bad for people who this is what I want. It's the same reason I can't feel bad for people who there you go. Rolf's getting this done. The ducks are in the way. I can't feel bad for people who like walk into a signpost or something if they have good vision. It's like, well, that's on you. I'm sorry. Very much on you. Also, screw you, Kevin, when I'm drunk and not paying attention and you walk me into like large objects that are hurt when I hit them. Sheer animal, please do first. And then spin thread, and then please do second. That's funny, yeah. That's funny. You know, when somebody accidentally buys sparkling water instead of non-sparkling water and drink it not expecting it, that's pretty funny, yes. Or like, I don't know. I like the classic tale of somebody accidentally chugging vodka instead of chugging water is pretty funny, even though like maybe I shouldn't find it funny. Yeah, I mean, if you have crappy eyesight, then, like, yeah, I wouldn't laugh at you. That's mean. But if somebody has good eyesight and I know them, yeah, I'd laugh at them if they walked into something. That's funny. I've never actually, like, seen a metal rake go through the foot. But when I say metal rake, I mean, like, when metal rake go bonk and smack them in the face. You know, like the cartoon bit of stepping on a rake. That I find pretty funny. There you go. You've now been gelded. Spin thread. Come on. Right there. Trying to see if I can sort this clothers issue. I have a feeling they want yarn. So because of this, it's like a... Well, this isn't something I ever really do, so... Let's see. Who's spinning thread? Spin thread? Oh, I see. Why are you so move slow? Come on. Gotta... Oh, it's probably because you're hauling around this opal, and it's not light. So I have this leopard man poet who showed up to the fort and, had this large radiant cut opal on them and has had it since. Like, has never put down this opal. I'm wondering if I give them a bedroom, if they'll put it in their bedroom, if it has a chest in it. Oi, what are you oying me about? It's like truing frog spawn. You know, I don't dislike bubble tea. I actually quite like tapioca pearls. I think bubble tea can be quite tasty. That is a really funny way of describing bubble tea. It is a nice gem. I agree. It is a good gem. It's a pretty gem. That is a really funny way of describing bubble tea. Okay, so let's make an artifact. Or not an artifact. Let's queue up some clothing. Some silk clothing. Silk trousers. Silk dress. Silk shoe. Silk sock. Actually. Oh yeah, we got plenty. Silk gloves. Trousers, dress, shoes, sock, glove. Silk shirt, no, tunic. There you go. Let's just make 80. 80 of every single one of these things. Also, for anybody who wonders why I don't go out of my way to make Forgotten Beast farms and silk farms and stuff, is because I find if the creature is named, then you can't sell it. And until that gets fixed, I'm probably not going to, like, you know, tame them. Do that. There's 3 Gorlaks on the map? Man. I really hope that we get to a time in history soon where Gorlaks are all friendly in the caverns instead of being listed as wild animals. Apparently, the world that we had recently where a dwarf was... Oh, boy. No. Okay, actually, hold on. You gotta do yarn. Do that now. Sweet. The Gorlak queen that we had, apparently Tarn said that he pushed it up in the priority queue. After that, what is Sanic up to? Has killed a few people who allegedly, air quotes, committed crimes. I did rename the squad because I forgot to rename it again. Because I had to delete and remake his squad at one point. But, you know, Urist is still walking fast. All quickly, like. Let's see. Yep, that is what you needed. God damn it, you need more than one. Okay. Shit. Can I shear another animal? Nope. I got no other animals to shear, chat. Crud. Even though you grab 2 sheep's wool from that. Well... Grumble. Let's see, do I have any more yarn just lying around? We'll see. Nope. Do I have any more stuff I could spin? Ooh, okay, I do, apparently. I'm gonna try. I apparently have 2 Gorlaks in cages. God damn it, man! Bah! The Treaties of Meandering. Do you think that's a fish cover band? Thank you for the first bits in... Hold on. How long has it been since the last bits? Thank you for the first bits today. Suited. Congratulations. You are the first person to give me bits today. You broke the bits abstinence. Greatly appreciated. I think I should repurpose this into a artificial waterfall. Going down into here and out the front. Or maybe down into here and then out through here. That's all you got? Well, thank you. That's why I said thank you, man. Let's go across here. Up to here. I mean, it's fine for right now. Yep, you are in fact the second person to give me bits today. Thank you for being the second person to give me bits today, SCJ. That's a wall that needs to be deconstructed. Do that. Also, this right here can be made into a library, because I haven't actually made it into a library yet. Not public library. And the scholar... Somebody wanted a scholar who got a doctor. JJ wanted a scholar. Congratulations, JJ. You are now a scholar. We're still watching. I'm going to do a stream tomorrow, yes. I would like to play Manor Lords. I did play Manor Lords already on stream once. Just the beta of it. But yes, I would in fact like to play Manor Lords pretty badly. So, Devil Dawn. Thank you very much for the $1.39. Sean, thank you very much for gifting a subscription as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. I'm also going to put 3 tables down here. Oh, I was going to put 3 tables right there, but that's not under roof, so I can't. Because this is going to become a little dining hall. Oops. And also a chair right there. Actually, this could become a dining hall. Dining hall is going to be connected to the library, but still a dining hall all the same. Also out of chairs. What month is my birthday? June. June the 3rd. Right before I leave for Montreal. Oh, we've got Stormwolf who's dizzy and nauseous. And this right here can become a small dining hall. I will grow it. What's in Montreal? Formula 1. Which I went to last year, and it was a great time. You are going to be associated with that zone. Done. Yeah, so I'm going to go watch cars go really speedy. In early June. Okay, and then the other thing that I'm going to do, now that I'm working on this, is continue to seal this thing off. But once it's sealed off, this upper floor is going to become a temple. I'm in an ad break, so I'm just going to assign walls right now. Building to be constructed. I didn't click far enough, apparently. All right, that's almost there. See how much andesite I have. Quite a few, I think. Yep. Now that I have an actual region planned to be a crafting zone, I should probably set it up so that all boulders go into there instead of into the current spot that I have them going. Same with blocks, actually. Well, let's get this done first. Also, this needs a wall over here. Do I travel much? I try not to, because I don't like traveling. But unfortunately, I like Formula 1. So it's cheap to go see it in Montreal and prohibitively expensive to go see it almost anywhere in the US. Vulcan, you have a good night. Cheers, mate. He's got the love you buy emote. I like that. It's a good emote. You love your old school Hamilton since Michael Schumacher has retired, but what's going on with Verstappen? Like, he's living an incarnate of Schumacher. The guy is so freaked, is too freaking good. Who's my favorite driver? I don't really have one. I would describe myself as the same kind of Formula 1 fan that you often get with, what's the word? Like wrestling fans, where I'm a fan of Formula 1, not really a fan of Formula 1 drivers. If you pointed a gun at me and said, pick a favorite driver, I would probably say Alonso. But I'm more a fan of watching the tech evolve. It's cheaper for you to fly and see a race in Italy than one in the US. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I know somebody who went to Monza because it was cheaper. And honestly, that's the reason what Plutorino literally just said. I like the memes that surround Alonso. The problem with Formula 1 drivers is they often end up with annoying rich boy syndrome. Where it's just like, yes, out of touch rich kids, cool. I still like the sport, even though I find a lot of the wealth flaunting stuff around the edges of it kind of insufferable. Oh yeah, and I mean, a trip to Italy is awesome. I've said before, it's the only thing that could get me to go to Brazil is Formula 1, probably.
I mean, you gotta be a rich boy to even dream of being a Formula 1 driver.
Not really. There are people in Formula 1 right now that didn't come from money. The problem is even some of them are insufferable. You know, one of Williams' drivers, why am I blanking on his name? Not Sargent. Other guy. I'm blanking on it. I know this guy's name. It would be there. Any other... Albon. Yes, Alexander... I was trying to think of his first name, but Alexander Albon. Yeah, he... Like, his mom went to prison for fraud trying to get him into Formula 1. Magnussen still runs. Yeah, he's a dad now. He took a year off, and when Russia went full stupid and started wars again after not doing that for a while, the driver who was driving for Haas was Russian, so he immediately just like was booted out of the sport violently for what I would describe as obvious reasons. There a reason you're not holding a weapon, Dwarf. Anyway, he was like ejected out of the sport very suddenly, and the result was they just kind of called Magnus and were like, hey, do you want a job? And he was like, I'm in Florida on vacation, yes. How much time do I have? A week. Oh, shit. So, yeah. Having Hulk makes him look bad? That's because Hulk is a good driver. And Kevin is, like, a consistent driver. Like, I don't know. I feel like Hulkenberg deserves a better seat. Hulkenberg should be at a better team right now, but whatever. Also, this area is going to also be connected to the... Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast Moma's Zagoth Angzak has come. A towering theropod with external ribs. It has 3 hanging tails and it squirms and fidgets. Its purple feathers are broad. Beware its deadly dust. The longest running fort I've had in terms of years, 470. It was called Long Death. You can see how long it actually was, if you don't believe me, by typing an exclamation point Long Death in the chat and clicking on the playlist. Also, Suited Giraffe, I didn't even acknowledge that. Thank you very much for the $1. And Sean Enjoys Bacon, thank you for the community sub, the gift sub. Theropod, it's a bug, isn't it? Nope, it's a dinosaur. It's two-legged dino, which is why it obviously has feathers. Naturally. It's a funny-looking ancient historical chicken. Whoa! Although it's got a humanoid icon, which is a little odd. It is currently fighting with something and bleeding heavily. The Devil of Terror is its full name. That's amazing. Oh, it's fighting with Rodentman. Is it in one of those areas that I can't actually get to? Oh, no. Well, anyway, it's dead. I found a bunch of Rodentmen, so I'm actually going to send my squad up here to go deal with them. Maybe seal this area off, too, afterwards. At least partially. Maybe just like wall or something. Wall up here. Ah. Well, good to know. It was definitely worth it that I put all of that effort into making... God, the irony in this sentence right here. Sorry, I need to screenshot this. This is way too stupid. Mang the Thresher has created Kibon Nimush, a sheep wolf thong, and offers it to the strong balls. Thank you, Meg. Look what you made me do, chat. It's itchy. Well, that's why they're strong. Let me try this again. One more time.
You know what to do with that single.
For the Clippers. Mang the Thresher has created Kibonimush, a sheep wolf thong, and offers it to the strong balls. Are you happy? This is a sheep wool thong. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with 2-humped camel leather and encircled with bands of 2-humped camel leather. It is made with sheep's wool cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of sheep's wool and menaces with spikes of sheep's wool. On the item is an image of a hornbill. Damn right it is, in sheep's wool cloth. Fulfilled, you mean? The prophecy has been filled. Not fulfilled, just filled. Also, Prismatic, Fluxus, Strump, stumbling around obliviously. That's Sedge. All right. Does turbo-powered high-speed captain of the guard, Urist, quick feet, get it? I think he does. Get it quickly, dwarf. Wait, you only do things fast. Thanks, Suited. Also, thanks for the $1. Doesn't feel anything after putting on a truly splendid item. Well, I mean, he doesn't feel anything, so that's good. Also, where'd you get that Yeti hair crown from? I must have picked it up during adventuring. Anyways. Good for you there, dwarf. I wonder how many books are ending up in the library. Written objects, including copies, 0. What? I wonder if they're not considered mine. What? Chat, where does scrolls and codexes hide in this screen? No, you don't need writing materials for originals. You just need to have the books. Books should just go in. Tools, sure. But where did tools hide then? Under finished goods? Are they literally just listed as tools still? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, noted. I thought that they had their own section in here. Because they do in trading now. Unfortunate that they don't in the stockpile screen. Codexes? Scrolls? Is that what I'm missing here? Nope. Jumping over from YouTube to say... Whoop. Am I actually just spelling it wrong? If that's the case, I feel stupid, but that's fine if it is the case. Still doesn't explain scrolls, though. Yeah, like... Codices is the plural of... Right. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate you for the assistance. I do not, in fact, need tools then. Well, I mean, I might still need tools. I just... Nest boxes are tools? That's strange. Okay. Fine game, if you insist. I'm gonna knock down one of these walls, I think, and we are going to pasture my cave crocodiles back here. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do with dragons. That's the other thing I still need to figure out. Because this thing is set as a library. Okay, they have not... Yeah, they still have yet to bring a single book in here. Even though there is a whole bunch of books. Actually, you know what I probably need to do? I probably just need to put the... Because, like, there's this right here, right? Probably just need to do this. Let's see, does that sort it? Yeah, I thought that scrolls got their own separated out screen thing, but also you must be looking at an older version of the wiki if it says the K screen. Oh wait, never mind. Apparently that's the hotkey for stockpiles. Didn't know that. Well, that's unfortunate. Hold on. Let's just set this as an everything stockpile briefly. Let's try that. Weird. I already have one. Mikhail, what? He's right here. Right there. See? Literally right there. He's also permanently hauling an obsidian mug for some reason. I'm not sure why. She's like, decided it's hers. I'm actually gonna make her into a scholar. Can I not do that? Oh, I see. I saw somebody running by. Are we in combat? Weird. Get that mug up for a book? I mean, that'd be nice. Oh wait, maybe they're bringing them here now. Yeah, I guess it's working now for these books. Yeah, you know what it must have been? It must be because... Well, either I just didn't wait long enough for them to actually haul the books here, which is possible. But I'm seeing them end up here first. And if that's the case, then that really sucks. Unless they're just bringing them in. If they're just bringing them in, then that's fine. And it's just taking time. Have I seen the new Tesla's Car S? Is there like a punchline to this joke? Why would I care about Tesla? What? I've got a ghost floating around. Scroll was picked up in adventure mode, then maybe dropped under trader item. Ah! Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me too much, actually. Which would mean it wouldn't be considered the fort's property, which would mean it wouldn't be movable unless it's redesignated as fort's property. Oh, I see. Udil is the name of the ghost. Oh, your slab's engraved. You just need the slab placed. Well, I was gonna start putting the slabs down in here because I thought that would be cool. Actually, you know, it'd be cooler. Putting them up on top of these. Be kind of neat. I don't understand what you're on about, Hunter. So, anyway, welcome to the channel, I suppose. It's your first time here, definitely. No way in hell you've ever been here before. We're gonna put Dayside up here. Mm-hmm. Glad you think so. Wait until we get an artifact cup. It would have to be made out of wood then. It would have to be a wooden artifact because otherwise it would be a mug. Because cups are wood, everything else is a mug. Let's go across here. Wow. Exactly 44, and I have exactly 44. That's so convenient. All right, let's go up here, and then furniture. Metal ones and glass ones are goblets. Wooden ones are cups. Dwarf was redeemed by Dominok. Sorry, my bad. Dominok! What kind of dwarf would you like? You may have said it. Hold on, let me look at your chat logs. You have not said exactly what you would like. Chat room, rather, Dominok, what kind of dwarf would you like? You did say metal ones. Would you like like the one blacksmith I have? Unless you have something specific you would like. That's my bad. Sorry. If DF hack can teleport, but then no one will read them. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I know how to how to trick the dwarves into thinking items belong to the dwarves. It's just a matter of getting them into stockpiles. Blacksmith is nice. Lady Blacksmith work for you? Just confirm. I like the gray, like thick eyebrow icons. They're very funny to me. First been put to rest. Excellent. Yeah, if this works, just confirm. Now that I'm actually staring at it. They use cups as needed, but they'll only get served alcohol in a tavern with cups if there's a tavern keeper and cups in the tavern. Yeah, even the names and the hair color, even the hair color changes. Yeah, so I'm assuming this is okay then. Dominok is likes to brawl, dislikes adoration of fighting as an art to be refined, isn't particularly curious about the world, doesn't often feel envious of others, and doesn't often feel envious of others, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and prefers to present herself modestly. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, stiffens up when she's surprised, begins to talk in hushed whisper when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and sees the pursuit of good, personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship as a total waste. Doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, and doesn't care about art one way or another. She likes nice silver, indigo tourmaline, clear glass, and little penguin bone. I like little penguin bone concept. It's such an interesting little concept. Common snapping turtle shell, greaves, cats for their aloofness and the sound of the silky embrace, and the sight of the fancy glosses and when possible prefers to consume narwhal, whip wine, and absolutely hates mussels, likes durians. You have a friend who isn't here named Besmar. You were really good friends Actually, hold on. Were you a? No, you weren't a. Never mind. You weren't a one of my adventurers. You were friends with Bomb Rex, rest in peace, and you're currently hauling some fisher berries because you're gonna go brew drinks. And your ability to grasp is somewhat impaired, probably from old wounds. Your left hand bears a massive straight scar, and your left upper back teeth are gone. You haven't killed anybody. Welcome to the fort. I mean, you've just nominated yourself, Sean. So, chat, does Sean get a dwarf? Sean has nominated themselves to acquire a dwarf. Do we dwarf the Sean? I don't think you already have one, do you? No. So, do we let Sean have a dwarf? Yes or no? It is up to you. Sean would like to give themselves a dwarf. Sure, I'll allow it. That's funny. All right, chat. What kind of dwarf does Sean get? That's the question. The two major changes I need to make to that command are, one, I need an emote to trigger them that's restricted to tier 2, and 2, I need a or tier 2 or higher, I suppose, and I need it to make a sound so I notice it more consistently. Farmer? I have a butcher. That would fit. He's not the happiest, but he's got quite the facial hair. You're always unhappy, so that's perfect. Chat, what do you think? Does this work for Sean? Does Sean, in fact, like this bacon? Bacon? It is cruel, which would fit the liking bacon part. Disdains family. Ooh. A human poet has been missing for a week. Oh no! That's unfortunate. Whatever shall we do? Send it? There you go. Sean enjoys bacon. His name, Vesper Flagrained, is sometimes cruel, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, tends to be passive in discussions, and is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Tends to be swayed, especially vegans, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He's quite polite. Generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and is often lustful. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally would have just as soon have nature in the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted to a great mining pit and is put off by family. Likes alabaster, trifle pewter, green tourmaline, rubber wood. Definitely rubber wood. From the rubber tree, yes. Mongoose leather, gems, and warhammers, and donkeys for their stubbornness in the word. And when possible, prefers to consume muskox, thornback ray, barley wine. Damn it, not pig. Shit. Anyway, barley wine, finger limes, and absolutely hates hamsters. Probably jealous of their ability to consume alcohol. Has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail. His somewhat tall ears are fused lobed. His close-set bronze eyes are protruding. His nose is broad. His teeth are crowded. His hair is buff. And his skin is cinnamon. It does look like his hair lifts, so I would agree with that. Do you think his hair skipped leg day? It's like imagining somebody's like facial and body hair like jumping off your body during leg day. He's a member of the Lion Coven, a member of the Iron of Power, and feels satisfied at work. Happy to be here. Fraga. Well, theoretically. Just tuning in for a few minutes before bed. How's the fort been going? Oh, well, I beat the surface volcano. At the very least. Quite happy about that. I'm in the process of setting up a space for cave crocodiles. I have a library. This is a very large barracks. We're doing above ground farming over here. I have a very, very basic, but setup, lava forge. And we're working on getting the surface sorted. Oh, I see the problem here. Excuse me. And this thing up here is going to be converted. This water pump that I've had for a while is going to be converted into a artificial waterfall that's going to drop down into here. This fort is mostly being built as a... How do I put it? This fort is mostly being constructed as a means of taking care of adventurers. Would be how I would describe it. Ooh, I need to make it out of stibnite because it's blue. So that's what this fort is. It's a means of keeping adventurers once they're done adventuring, is what this fort is the long-term goal for it. So I have a couple of bigger-ish projects planned. We have to keep forgotten beasts off map. We have to keep the dragons tamed. Breeding dragons would be a cool thing to do, but not a necessity. Prepared meals and drink from plant. I'm thinking about giving Domas here a water. Interesting. So, I don't understand what's going on with this here elephant. Walks real slowly. It has to be given food. You have an answer for this? What's up? I'd love to know. Because I'm okay with my adventurers dying in this fortress if they die to, like, not starvation. Isn't he a grazer? And how's he getting brought food? Need to stand on grass tiles. Okay. Question. That would suffice then, yeah? Right. I should have figured that out. I feel kind of dumb now. Okay. Well, I guess I will make you a new bedroom then. New bedroom's gonna be right here. In fact, I'm also gonna knock out this wall. And that wall. And fuck it, this wall too. Build walls. This can go away, I don't need it anymore. Gonna cave that in. be fine. There you go. Secret, are you good? Yep, you're fine. Okay. How about you? Yep, you're fine. You made an elephant man civ to find the mechanics with them, charming enough to play around, but I can see that Fort mode players who are used to dwarves are having issues with them. I mean, that makes sense. No, like now that I understand it, it's fine. It's not really an issue for me. It's mostly just I want to be aware of it, if that makes any sense. We'll let that stay there. This can also go away. But no, I'm totally okay with these mechanics. It's just a matter of me realizing that I need to worry about them in the first place, generally, if that makes any sense. Once I realize I have to worry about them, it's totally fine. Question then, are tortoise men also grazers? Because I had a tortoise man die of not starvation, but dehydration. Or is tortoise just really, really slow? Which would be the problem there. Okay, well, I guess you'll still go all the way there to sleep. Uh-oh. Getting attacked again. Sending dwarfs down. Fighting with the sheep. And the turkeys. It appears that Urist is already here and in combat. Should just set you to ready at all times so that you just are running around with your weapon. What a fucking guy, dude. Apparently he went and got some injuries. Got some cuts, it's fine. Military comes down, finishes off the rest of them. Nearest bolt, he's so fast, man. You can't see him. That's how fast he is. I mean, he's also already in hospital, which is kind of funny in its own weird way. I also need to make this hospital less terrible, because currently it's pretty terrible. It's also got no clothing on, which is kind of funny. In 2017? Well, hi. I am in I'm in Surrey. I'm not directly in Vancouver, but I'm in the general vicinity of Vancouver. I have a question. Is there a DF hack command to stop somebody from starving? Well, Surrey and Abbotsford and Langley are the majority of the Lower Mainland. And people confuse where Surrey, White Rock, Langley, and Abbotsford begin and end all the time. Is Full Heal doing that? Okay, it does. Sweet. Good to know. It also clears sleepiness, apparently. Right, well, this ain't your bed anymore. I just didn't want them to starve to death now that I know that. I know that panda people are also grazers, except they specifically require bamboo, making them almost impossible to keep alive. They get bamboozled. That's a choice of words. Yes. You want a panda? You know they have a habit of going extinct in Dwarf Fortress because they can't find enough bamboo. I love it when art imitates reality. So basically, if I ever make a panda adventurer or a panda person adventurer, we can't really retire them in the fortress. They have to stay in a weird temple off in the middle of nowhere, which is oddly fitting. There you go. So that can be your bedroom. And you work right here. So you just go back and forth. Works for me. And down here, I'm going to make a pen pasture. Chat room, good news. Good news. I have a male and a female cave crocodile. Excellent. The panda grazer thing is still a raw? Well, it was a thing in version 47. If it's not anymore, then okay, I stand corrected. That's fine. But it was a thing in version 47, and it was the reason they were so rare. Because like they would only appear in regions like just normal ass pandas, not panda people. Normal ass pandas needed to eat bamboo to not die, so they would not really like they would only appear in areas of the world that had bamboo to begin with, so they would naturally die out early on, unless that's been completely changed, in which case okay, fine. I stand corrected, which is okay. When was the last time we had a dragon? Just in general? Or are you asking about the dragons I have right now? Because I have 2 dragons in the fort right now. But they're both ladies, so I can't breed them, which is a bit of a shame. Apparently I have a caged helmet snake. I wonder how many eggs helmet snakes lay. You want a Gorlak or a Crundle? Crundles are not, like, fully tameable, but they are trainable. So you could have trained Gorlaks. I've absolutely had trained Gorlaks in forts before.
A girl dragon. Of course you're a girl dragon.
Of course you're a girl dragon. 1,000-year-old lady dragon, right? Okay, so we're going to put this in here. Thank you very much for the $1, Suited. Appreciate you. And Pori Tito, thank you thank you very, very much for the Prime subscription. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded, the 2 of you. Well, I mean, they're all really powerful. The difference is like how sustainable are they? And the reason for that is like the direct strength of things is like in melee combat is based off of size, right? Same with survivability is based off of size. Well, size has a lot to do with it in Dwarf Fort. So because physical prowess is a stat that is benefited from something just being larger, dragons don't get to full size until they're 1,000 years old. So because, oh geez, there's a bunch of unused bedrooms in here that I could have been using. Shit. The reason they take so long to get to full size is because it takes them 1,000 years to get to full size. So are they weaker? No, their fire breath is just as strong, which is hotter than anything else in the game and is the only thing that can destroy obsidian drawbridges or adamantine drawbridges for that matter. I want to see high speed duder do his job. So apparently, you are running off with my tall tower cap bow. So, in this fortress, justice is swift. And let's see this, hopefully, in real time. What are you hauling? Or something in stockpile. Hauling a door. Okay, put the door away. Come on, Cappy. Beat criminal. There we go. Let's see this. Drawbridges can be destroyed by dragons, yes. Or lava, if they're not lava safe. Dragons can destroy all drawbridges. Come on, man. Wait, what? Did he make it off the map? God damn it. I just convicted the wrong person of a thing. Whoops.
Thanks for making a boring workday suck less than usual.
Thanks very much for the $7.50. There's a minute and 20 seconds left to turn that into a hype train if you guys want. That's unfortunate. All aboard? I mean, it requires teamwork. Needs one more person. Holy shit. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to make an everything stockpile right here. And then I need to go here, view stockpile, delete the stockpile. Then they should get moved into the thing eventually. Devil Dawn, thanks for gifting a subscription. Anander, the bard, has been found dead of... Oh. I guess I accidentally accused you of, you know, the crime you didn't commit. So I just murdered single dad for no reason? Well, that's awkward. Well, Eurus did it, but... Chat room, there's a hype train happening. If you want to get emotes that you probably don't want or have an opportunity to unlock some emotes, you can do that by, you know, cheering bits or gifting subs. Thanks for the 50 bucks. Are you trying to one-up Bane? Is that what's up? Which you, I guess, just did. Also, you should cheer another 39 bits.
This is madness! Madness.
With the innocent murder and all? I mean, yeet. It happens. Anyway, how you doing, Hobo? How's things? Appreciate you, mate. Devil Dawn. Thank you for the 10-pack. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, we'll just use this. That's what I have the most of. Except I'm gonna also replace these with just the bars. But Devil Dawn, thank you so much. Appreciate you, mate. So nice, Suited. You're not allowed to cheer again until Sunday, which is when it resets. Unless you want to throw 100 in there. I'm not saying you should, but I'm just saying it's nice. Thank you. Jerem, I mean, you're already doing it, but, you know. Beers and shenanigans, appreciate you guys. Thank you. For, you know, keeping the channel funded. All that crud. Means a lot. It really does. Must be payday or something. Except I need a piece of flooring to go right here, because I just probably forbid all of these, actually. Shit. Fuck you, right? I mean, I know what I'm doing. I'm not really that much of a shrewd businessman, but I do have my moments. All right, so this waterfall is going to be covered in quartzite, so it's pink. That's what I'm doing here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fortify the corners, maybe? Except this bottom, it's gonna need something around it. But I'm gonna fortify the corners, and then the corners are going to be made into basically just like a giant mist generator. It's gonna be fun, hopefully. Fuck, you're right. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it works. You have a good night, UGDPY. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Thanks for watching the streams today. Nice spike. Spike. Trying to think what you mean this thing? Because this is, or the Dragonspike. I mean, this is going to be a waterfall, is what this is going to be. Although this needs to not go there. This needs to instead be all the way to there. You only have 14 left. Let's just do obsidian for the bottom of it. Because the quartzite needs to go all the way up here and down here. Once all these are done. I mean, the name of the fort is Dragonspike, so does kind of fit. Well, not all the way there. Pause that there. This can just get walls all the way along here. This needs to go away. Walls, walls, all the way up to here. Actually, I can dig through these as well. Then the idea is this is going to be an artificial waterfall, which is going to go all the way down through these stairs into here. And then it's going to blow out the bottom. A caravan from Detan Midor has arrived. It's time to trade. I do need to actually trade this time. I didn't trade last season. Chat room, thank you very much for the $58.89 and 12 subscriptions. You guys are very kind. Thank you very much, everybody, for all of the bits and absurdity. It means a lot. And also, you know, my goal for adventure mode releasing was to get over 1,000 subscribers again, to a number where I would hold it for a little bit. And we're at 43 I can read on Twitch right now. So thank you for the 1,143 total Twitch subscribers between primes, gifts, and everything. We're going to bring you up here. I still don't fully understand why my elephant person is moving so slowly. That is the one question I still have about my elephant person. It being a grazer makes sense, but I don't understand why they move so slowly. I guess I must have left them, like, crawling or something. Or they must have been crawling when I retired them. Here's to 1,143 more. Well, I mean, every now and again people ask me how many emotes do we need to, like, unlock another, like, how many subs do we need to unlock another emote? It's like 3,600, I think. Because when December hit, we were, like, very close to those much higher numbers. We were like the, I don't know, the 600th most subscribed channel on Twitch for a minute there during December in 2022 when Dwarf Fortress released. It was kind of nuts. Still kind of is. I'm going to sell all of this thread. All of the two-humped camel hair thread, that is. I think shields I'm not allowed to sell, so I won't. I'm going to keep that pipe section around just in case I just suddenly need it. Alright, well, I'll roll with all that. It means it usually means it's human-sized, but yeah, it just means it won't fit dwarves. Got a bunch of rodent men in cages. Boy, oh boy. Speaking of cages, I'm going to put my other cave crocodile here. Check these eggs. 52 of them. This is why I like cave crocodiles, chat room. Who's ready for a cave croc explosion? Explosion? Explosion. Yes. Because we get in a cave croc explosion. 52 baby cave crockies. Also has the Meanderer tag. Is that a thing? Because I've literally never seen a dwarf do that. I guess that must not be a... I've never seen a creature do that before. But if that's a thing, then okay. Sure. It's the only way that you found to actually make a productive native leather industry in DF? I would say puppies are pretty effective. Just breeding larger animals generally tends to do it. What kind of blocks do I have? What I could use for walls here? Let's do schist. Let's do schist for the top of this. I'm in an ad break, but I will finish queuing all of this up. Kind of nice, like, after a week of, like, a lot of, like, swapping between adventure and fortress mode. You just play Fortress for a day. You have a cat and dog leather, basically everything, and all the soap you could ask for. Yeah, I would say that I've definitely managed to get large animal leather industries up and running. Prismatic Flux is throwing a tantrum. You're also a kid, aren't you? Oh no, you are an adult now. I mean, you're only 19 years old, so it's only been a bit, but... Just queuing stuff up that needs to be constructed. Actually, am I missing doctors? Oh. Right. Duh. Sure. Was wondering why my hospital wasn't working. That explains a lot. I thought that I remember verbally stating that I need to assign a new medical dwarf, and I guess I just didn't do it. Prismatic here's hoping that helps. Turns out you only had better TTV installed. You got your BTTV working. Wait, what? Wait, so you had it installed, but you didn't enable it? Like, what? How do you end up like that? I don't understand. Your turkey ranch has exploded. Yeah, true. Turkeys are a very effective way of getting a lot of eggs into a fortress. Like a whole lot of eggs into a fort. Yeah, I know what better Twitch TV is. I mean, I used to give them money every month, but like... Oh, that's also interesting. Also, my mayor is injured. Same with my broker, so we're gonna swap out my broker for somebody else. Just go with this dwarf, who apparently has the skills for it. We now just have to wait for him to come trade. I need to move this trading depot like really bad, apparently. Probably move it like into here, realistically. We should trade either on the volcano or like next to the volcano, like right here maybe. I think that could be cool. Or on a lower layer in the volcano. There we go, let's trade. Let's buy, well, okay, I have like, oh, I see. The problem is weight. Did they bring any really heavy cages? Oh, they have a mule. That'd do it. Also, turns out the stuff I'm selling is pretty heavy. But I do need anvils, so that'll clear a lot of weight. I need meat. That'll clear a lot of weight. It'll clear some, if nothing else. Plum helmets are surprisingly heavy. Can't afford that. I could use some yarn, but they didn't bring any, damn it. Buy the book. Buy that. There's a piano thing that's very expensive. Need something heavy. I gotta say, rose gold bars, wildly heavy. Like, I'm kind of impressed, actually. I'd never really looked at the weight of rose gold before. Oh, I see. We can just do that. Done. Done, done, done. Do that. That works. Thank you. Oh, you had better bet. I see. It's better twice. Huh. Right. Oh, yeah, no, I'm familiar with better Twitch TV. Better Twitch TV is, I think it's the thing that allows you to use better Twitch TV without actually using better Twitch TV. Anyway, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I completely forget about those plugins because I've had them installed for so long. So you're going to bed. Let's see if this works. You're currently hungry and you're going to bed. Are you going to stop being hungry while going to bed? You trading wrong? You normally send them away with about 10k profit. I just don't have much to trade. I mean, there is no wrong way to trade, but I will point out that trading is quite literally pointless in Dwarf Fortress once you have the number of dwarves you want. It's like one of the most underbaked systems in the game. So I don't think there is a wrong way to trade, personally. How else can I get you? Raise. They won't graze in their sleep, will they? Okay, well, you had food delivered to you. So that helps, I suppose. But, like... I mean, they don't need to graze outside. This would do fine. I mean, there's also grass right there. The thing is, like, grass is slowly growing in some areas around here. I don't know. I don't really want to burrow them if I can avoid it. Yeah, once you have everything that your fortress needs and your supply needs are met, like, trading is quite literally pointless. So, no, you are not trading incorrectly. I can tell you that. Because there is no really incorrect way to trade. Am I still making rock blocks? Yes, I am. We're going to make quartzite blocks, and we're just going to make 10. Just so I can finish this. At the very least, they don't need to... The elephant person doesn't need to go as far anymore. Which is good. Kind of all I really need. Well, actually, no. They can just come up this way to do this. That's fine for right now. Although that's the last one I should do. It's going to be fun turning this thing on. You right here can go all the way up and down this way. Actually, maybe not all the way up and down this way. Just on these lower layers. Like, just right here. There we go. And then around the edge of this is going to get an additional spot dug in. And I'll put grates on top of them. So let's do copper grates. 12 of them for all of the squares around. And there we go. You honestly just turn out bolts and sell those? Okay, well, what I will say, if you are worried about playing Dwarf Fortress optimally, which you shouldn't be, so don't be. It's a bad game to worry about playing optimally. What I will say is you don't need to sell things once you have everything that the fort needs, like kind of at all. So what you should do, or what I would recommend you do, you don't need to do anything. What I would recommend you do is I would say if you are going to worry about trading, there's no real purpose to trade anything outside of excess things that you already have. My go-to trade good, just to give you an example, is used clothing. Like, my fortresses more or less become Goodwill at a point, and that's about it. Like, we become like a thrift store. Because the only thing that I really don't need that I have in plentiful amounts is clothing. So that would be my advice, is just make clothing. And sell clothing. Value Village, sure. Canadian version. Or any other thrift store, right? How can you tell when clothes are used up? If you click on a dwarf, they get little X's on either end of their clothes. That clothing is used, and they don't want to use it anymore because it's old. So the older clothing gets, the more X's it gets. Usually once they have an X on either side, it's old enough that if there's a new piece of clothing available, like these gloves, they will just go get it. Currently, if I look at my work orders, we are in fact making a whole bunch of clothing. So the way to fix that would be to, make more clothing. And they'll just go claim them once they become available. You're wearing a shirt from 2007 right now? Well, sure. But think about it this way. Clothing in Dwarf Fortress doesn't degrade that quickly. But you know what it does do? What does make it degrade super quickly? Is combat and combat-like situations. So when a dwarf is in combat, very quickly, and especially if you read the combat logs, you'll see like, insert piece of clothing name here, ripped to shreds, that kind of thing. You'll see that a lot. What that really means is it just means that the article of clothing that they were wearing is no longer wearable because it's literally in tatters. So if you think about it that way, that like combat destroys clothing really quickly, it begins to make a little bit more sense. Specifically for worn clothing? Not really, but there is a way to get rid of unclaimed clothing. So dwarves, when they have worn clothing, they will put it into their cabinet in their bedroom. So if they have a bedroom assigned to them, they'll put their clothing in the cabinet. So that's why I always prioritize cabinets very early on. And then coffers, they put items that they claim. So like crowns and stuff if they don't want to wear them anymore, or if for whatever reason the crown gets damaged. That being said, what I do is this. It's this. So I make a secondary stockpile, like this. And what I do with it is I assign clothing that is lower than finely crafted quality under both of these. Doesn't matter the material. All types of clothing, just footwear, handwear, headwear, legwear. Not armor, just clothing. And then what happens is I hook it up to a wagon, or not a wagon, a minecart that is right above lava. And when dwarves are tired of it, and they put it on the ground for a while, someone comes and collects it, sticks it in the stockpile, and then, yep, there it goes. So if it gets left out and not put into their cabinet, it just gets thrown away, basically. What are you? K-O, not K-A. That's just a human bard. It's always human bards. Every single time it's human bards. How many hours do I have in this game? On the Steam version, I actually just hit 2,000. But, aside from that, let's see, actually, how many do I have on Steam? But I have no idea pre-Steam. I mean, I can tell you this. I open up this website, which always takes forever to load, and it's spinning right now. Okay, so on Steam itself, I have 2,037. And on this other website that I don't like because I don't think it's very good, Twitch Tracker, which also hasn't been around as long as I've been streaming DF. Okay, that's in the last, what, 30 days? I go to, how do I set this to all time? Oh, that fucking sucks. Yeah, this website does suck. Okay, I'll go to Selenium instead. Twitch Tracker's telling me I only have 431 hours. Because that's how many hours I have since the directory got unfucked, because the directory was wrecked on Twitch. So because it's now technically a new directory, it doesn't count anymore. I say... Can I get lifetime? Hold on, pausing game for a second here because I'm worried people are dying. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to add up all of my historical data. Give you an answer there. Long-term stats, can I do that? No, you have games played long-term? Doesn't look like it.
Bring out your dead!
Yeah, no. I do not have a all-time amount anymore. I used to. It was over 10,000. But the reason I don't have it anymore is because Twitch screwed up the directory. I have no idea. More than 10,000. I used to be able to tell you how many hours I had in stream time, but... Yeah. You toppled a track stop. That's... rude. I should really just... You're not a... adventurer, are you? No, you aren't, but you did just kill a dwarf. I'm going to convict you of that crime. And that crime. We'll leave you. We'll leave you. Yeah, I'm going to kill a bunch of dwarves right now, probably. Yeah, we're gonna likely end up beating to death a handful of dwarves, but that's okay. Because once this dwarf is done planting seeds, he's gonna go real fast. Yeah, it's probably it's easily the most played game I've ever played. Yeah. I mean, the previous games that I had the most hours in, I had about 3,500 hours logged on Xfire for a game called Crossfire. I had about, oh god, about 4-ish thousand hours in RimWorld because I have about 2,800 hours on Steam, and I played pre-Steam. I have about 2,000 hours logged in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 on Steam, but a good chunk of the time that I played was before it was on Steam. I had about 2,000 hours on Counter-Strike, but then I made a new Steam account so that I would stop playing Counter-Strike. Yeah. Crossfire, yeah, crappy free-to-play Chinese shooter. Knockoff of Counter-Strike 1.6. With more 1.6e physics. Like literally one-to-one carbon copies of maps from Counter-Strike. Up for grabs. I don't think I have any metalworkers. No. No bearded metalworkers are currently up for grabs. In fact, no metalworkers are up for grabs. I got other things, though. Sounds really familiar. I mean, recently, Crossfire was in the news because a certain Remedy made them a single-player campaign for the Xbox version, which is weird. Which apparently still exists. And nobody played this. And I only have it because I was sent key and redeemed it and then never opened it. But this exists. Blackbird Interactive, who are the people who made a bunch of games that you've heard of. You know, Shipbreaker, the Deserts of Karak, and are making the new Homeworld. And apparently Minecraft Legends, I didn't know that. Yeah, they made this. For some reason. It has mixed reviews because it went into early access, and when it went in, I've heard that it's quite good, actually. But it has mixed reviews, and because all of them are from when it was in early access, at least back then. Because it launched in early access, and it didn't have online multiplayer. So when you're making a Command and Conquer like game, and you market it to the Command and Conquer audience, and then you don't have online multiplayer, good fucking luck. No, I'm good. I have zero interest in ever, acknowledging that IP ever again. Aside from that, it is a game that I did play a lot back in the day. I also don't really like watching parkour streams. I play any Paradox games? No, I don't like games that, charge you for updates. I tried to like City Skylines 2 because I really like City Skylines 1, but nope. Zan looks good. Woodworker? Okay, I can go with Trav, that works. Where'd you, oh, there you are. I was like, I don't see you. You're hiding in the bush. Travenoid, aka Trav, is in a constant state of eternal rage after experiencing trauma in 503. Probably everybody dying. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. He wishes that this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He presents himself, well, caps on it. He presents himself foolish, and he frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He does not find most jokes humorous, and he has an active imagination. He tends to think before acting. He enjoys the company of others. He can handle stress, and he tends to assume that the worst of the two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He often feels discouraged and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, values a harmonious existence, and finds leisure time wasteful. City Skylines was wonderful, the first one. Although I kind of stopped buying the DLC after the Industries DLC, I think? The one that added all the industrial zones. Because they stopped sending me keys, and I bought 2 of the DLCs, I think. Because the reason they stopped sending me DLCs is because they decided to stop sending review keys, and instead they just wanted to pay you to do sponsored time, which I don't do, so. Blue Peafowls for their enormous fantails and the sound of the silky embrace, and when possible prefers to consume potato wine, and absolutely hates hamsters. And they did send me a key for the for the sequel, which I played and didn't like. Paper Violence is a really funny last name for a woodworker, actually. Like, that is actually kind of too good. Also wants to help somebody. So Trav, I realize that you are a woodworker right now, but I'm gonna go assign you to the doctoring hall because you want to help somebody. So let's help you help somebody. See, here's the thing. I'm okay with games with a lot of DLC. That's totally fine to me. But rather, actually for a little bit more clarity, I'm totally fine with games with DLC if I buy them early on in the game's development. So if I started playing it when it, began, I don't mind DLC, because then it's like, well, I'm adding stuff onto it. What I don't really like is when games become less playable without the DLC, or when they add stuff that is already added in mods, which is largely the problem that I had with City Skylines. It's like, well, there's mods out here that already did this shit better. It's also the issue I tend to take with RimWorld. It's like, well, okay, so you're kind of just destroying your modding community. Like, if it's not a super heavily modded game, then I'm totally fine with DLC. Otherwise, I'd prefer you just sell, something else. Sell me merch, skins. Things that are optional. Don't break the modding community with DLC. Gonna lurk for a while? Enjoy the lurks. Big bang. I'm gonna just place these boulders on the floor. I've never played Thea, so I'm not familiar with their DLC policy. Ooh. Iton, the proliferations of brutalizing. Wants to join the fort, who is pissed, by the way. Probably due to suffering a major injury, but we will approve it. No, I have no interest in Warhammer. I just don't care. Also, I love how you can just say Warhammer now, and I know that you're talking about Total War. I think that's really funny. I think that's one of the most moronic things to say ever, Moreb, but okay. That's just a really dumb take. But who am I modding? Orc Dork. So chat, is Orc Dork getting a dwarf on behalf of our friend here? Big bang. Yes or no? About DF, so you got a fortress and currently none of your dwarves want to work. I mean, don't use DF hack if you're new to the game. DF hack it's like a late game or like a experienced player thing generally. Okay, I need to read this now. Chat, stop posting things. Hold on. Or here, I'll just do it this way. Never mind. Keep posting things. That's fine. Currently, none of my doors want to work. I got DF hack installed for the fixes. You don't need DF hack. You do not need it. Your doors just want to sit in the tavern and socialize whole seasons, and they only want to do workshop jobs. So your dwarves are working as intended. What other jobs do you need them to do? Holy shit, we got a Gorlak dancer. Part of the lush embracing noses. Lush embracing noses. Also, do I have any goblins in the fort? No. Otherwise, I would give you a goblin because of your name. Chat, what kind of dwarf does Orc Dork get? Also, I'm in an ad break. A dwarf called orc that's sacrilege? It's a nickname. It means that they occasionally are happy. Warrior? Chat's saying warrior. Orc, do you want a beard or no beard? Orc doc is even funnier. Ugh. What? Orc dork. But yeah, it sounds like your dwarves are operating as intended in regards to the question about dwarves doing nothing. Socializing is a job. I think that's the thing that you need to realize. My question to you is dig, cutting down trees, smooth stone, most of them. Okay, so when you're digging, you seen these? Click on this, right? That's the first thing you need to do. And then you need to click on this arrow and try increasing the priority a little bit. That's the first thing. The second thing I need to ask you is, have you given them pickaxes? Because if you go into this screen and you tell them to dig, they can't actually dig unless they have a pickaxe. Same with this job. They also can't, like, cut down trees and dig at the same time. So if you try and give them both of these jobs, they will cancel the other one. They have picks and they are prioritized. Okay, so they are physically holding picks and they are prioritized. Then the next question I have is, can they get to where you're trying to send them? Is there a burrow turned on? Okay, then I have absolutely no idea and can't help you. If all of that is checked, don't use DF hack is the other thing I have to say. You don't need it. Doesn't actually, like, literally every function of DF hack is disabled right now in my game. You do not need it. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Good luck. Chat might be able to help. I'm out of ideas. Because something is off if you've done all of that. If there's no burrow, they can access it. They all have picks. Socializing is a job that needs to be done. Priority 1 is the highest priority. Priority 5 is the lowest priority. Socializing is a job that's very important that they have to do. Otherwise, they will all go insane. So that nothing is literally there is no video game where literally everything is possible. Larry Dwarf. But how would I describe this game to a beginner person who has never had any sort of experience with it? I mean, it is a fantasy world simulator, but if you're, like, stating everything is possible in this, then I don't know. You're nonsense and intentionally being ignorant, I suppose, about the limitations of computer software. But it is a game that's attempting to simulate as much as possible in a fantasy world concurrently. It is a game that generates hundreds of years of history. No, I wouldn't say so. If anything, playing RimWorld will... RimWorld is a game that either you will enjoy playing or you'll fucking hate it. And Dwarf Fortress is a game that you'll enjoy playing or you'll fucking hate it. But just because RimWorld has taken a lot of ideas from Dwarf Fortress in its inspiration for the base of the games are very different. Calling them similar is doing both RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress a disservice. RimWorld is a strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is a simulator and story generator. Orc Dork, beard or no beard? Stint that has been taken by a Fey Mood. Where's Stint that? There you are. Good luck there, dwarf. A beard. Okay. Well, in that case, running low on soldiers. Protest it is. Orc dork. You've got a lot of orc emotes. Somebody needs to give you dwarf emotes. then it's more fitting. Anyway, only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, is stubborn and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, he doesn't handle stress well, and tends to think before acting. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Feels envious of others and always takes a deep breath whenever he is surprised. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's nervous, and he becomes animated when he gets angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and he personally hates those who wield power over others. Likes native copper, pig iron, crystal beryl, and gray langur. Muskox hoof for their strength and the words of the true reason, and when possible prefers to consume maize beer and absolutely hates slugs. He's killed a goblin and a human in 304, and also, he's killed a couple things here. He is a accomplished spear dwarf, and is he wants to acquire objects, pray, and do a few other things, but one thing at a time. Although this squad, actually, I kind of want to give them a break. Let's set them to no orders and remove their training order, and do this. Give them a break. Because the eyes are drawn to what the eyes want to see. Makes perfect sense to me. But no, what is Dwarf Fortress? I mean, Dwarf Fortress, it's kind of like 3D Minecraft, but it helped inspire Minecraft. It is a city builder. It is a single-player, strange, open sandbox RPG thing, kind of Kenshi-esque. And it's a pretty cool video game that you can play for a really long time if it's the sort of thing that you're into. And if it's a game that hooks you, then it's the only game you'll ever really need, which is kind of terrifying. At least to a lot of people. But I don't know. If you, are very easily convinced that you can do literally anything in this game, question mark, then I don't know. I hesitate to answer your questions because I kind of feel like you're just trolling or joking around. I'm not trying to actually get answers to your questions. You understand that it's not the same, but you need to give it another. You just need to give it another playthrough. You only clocked around 100 hours of late release. What, this and RimWorld, or what? It's literally never going to happen ever. You need to realize, Sean, that this game is written on code from 2002, doesn't run on Unity, and they would have to rewrite most of the game to make it work with multiplayer, which is literally never going to happen. Also, the developers of this game have stated multiple times in multiple places that, one, it's not something they're interested in, and two, no. So, yeah, no, it's not happening. Have I played Space Haven? Yeah, it's okay. A little dull. Every time I've played that game, I want to like it because I really, really, really like the aesthetic. I actually backed the Kickstarter for it. I really like the aesthetic, but it's just, actual gameplay has just been so uninspired. I don't know. It's like I want to like Space Haven. I just don't really like Space Haven. No, Reb, please don't say that. Please don't say there is multiplayer. All that does is confuse people, because that's not what people think when they think multiplayer. If you're going to say that there is ways to play with your friends, you can say that, but please don't say that there's multiplayer, because there isn't. You can share saves with friends, yes, but that's not multiplayer. Not in the way people think of it. Well, that's kind of terrifying. Militia commander is tantruming. I'm going to replace you with somebody else. You're also pissed. Competent armor user. How about Rex? So you're really happy. You want martial training? Okay, are you brave? Okay, Rex it is. Hey, Lamond. How's things? I mean, Moreb, you can keep saying that, but I'm just going to ask you one final time. Please don't do that, because all it does is confuse people. And that's, like, the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress as a game right now from my perspective, is people get very easily confused by it. And that's partially because of how much old, out-of-date information is readily available and easily accessible for this game. Need bones. All right, let's butcher something. Which is both a great thing, and it's wonderful for archival, but also a terrible thing. Because the result is you have all of these people who go, oh, this is current? No, it's not. No cat explosions don't continue to happen. Stuff like that. Happy to help. Dork dork. Fuck. How is there still water there? What? There isn't an aquifer here. I'm so confused by this. The hell? Weird. A bit too random? Dwarf Fortress is an interesting video game for a very particular reason. It is extraordinarily good at hiding its depth, meaning it can be as deep and as clearly deep as you want it to be, or as irrelevant and random as you want it to be. So if you want to go out of your way to find the depth, Dwarf Fortress has some of the most intriguing procedurally generated world building in video games, but it is partially up to the player to seek it out. And that is a turnoff for some, kind of like you're saying, Ladren. But if you do put the effort in to find that depth, you will have, well, you'll either hate it and never want to play it again, because as chat always likes to point out to me whenever I get annoyed with the game's marketing or confusion or whatever, it's a niche game that no more people will ever play. It's like, well, sure. Certainly. From a certain perspective, this is a very niche game. It's hard to find the depth in it. However, man, I don't even know what to say at this point. Sometimes I just get kind of tired at a point in my streams, and then I just have a hard time explaining shit, and I'm kind of at that point right now. I'm really tired because it's been a long few weeks. But simply put, like, would you ever know that this game is tracking the blood vessels in every single dwarf? No. Not unless you intentionally look through the raws and find it. You know, like, would you figure out how the health system in this game works and how in-depth the surgery system in this game works? No. Not unless you go out of your way to find it. Would you realize that this game has a genetic system that loosely makes dwarves look similarly to each other based on what faction they're from? No. Unless you go out of your way to find it. It's 3 different ways of interacting with an extraordinarily deep fantasy world simulator. Does that matter to most people? No. Unless you go out of your way to find it. So, I don't know. I really like this game. I think it's really cool. I think it's got a fuckload of depth. I think the depth that's here is very fun. And I think that the methods of interacting with the world are intriguing and entertaining. And if you are interested in taking part in that and discovering it for yourself, I encourage you to. If not, fine. That's fine. Don't. It's okay. No one's going to lose sleep over that. 7 hours is not very long of a stream for me. Like, not at all. I mean, I streamed for 12 yesterday. I think if I've been on longer than 10, that's a long stream for me. So because it hasn't actually been that long of a stream yet, I'm just tired. Why does Batman worship a cow? Or why are you worshipping a cow, Batman? That's maybe what I should say. Ladrin, thanks for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. But no, okay, here's something I can say that I do have the cognizance to say. Dwarf Fortress is a game that, and this is how I used to explain it before it was on Steam. It's like learning a board game. It's not the sort of game that you can just sit down and hold the game's hand and like walk through the rules. It's not like that. You sit down and you read the manual. 14. What's Samuel? You sit down, and then I edited for 3. You sit down and you read the manual, right? Stract is the search engine I like using. It's not the one I use for everything, but it's the one I like using. You sit down and you read the manual, right? And then you try and play for a little bit, and then you give up because you go, well, fuck, we're out of time. Tom's got to go home, whatever. And then the next day, you do it again. You sit down, you read the manual. And then you do it again. You sit down, and you read the manual. And about your 4th or 5th attempt, you retain enough of the manual to be able to start actually playing. And then you do it again. And that's how you learn Dwarf Fort, because this game it's not like modern games where they say, oh no, player might be stuck on a puzzle. Oh fuck, shit, crap, God, oh no, what do we do? Player's stuck on a puzzle. He's not gonna, now that he's stuck on a puzzle, he's gonna get mad, and he's gonna get mad, and he's gonna get frustrated. And once he's frustrated, he's not gonna finish the game. And if he doesn't finish the game, then we're not gonna get him to buy the DLC. And if he doesn't buy the DLC, then the shareholders' prices are gonna go down, and the shares prices are gonna go down, and the shareholders are gonna get mad, and then I'm gonna get fired and laid off. No, it's not that kind of game. No, it doesn't work that way. The way Dwarf Fortress works is it goes, oh, you didn't like that? Okay. It doesn't hand you the, like, achievements on a silver platter. It tells you, go find them, fucko. And then it kicks you in the nuts. Just go, figure it out. Bitch. That's how Dwarf Fortress works. It's not the kind of game that you get that gets made anymore. And that's kind of why it's special. Player experience, friction, and our retention numbers are bad. You're fired. Pretty much. I mean, like, to be honest, like, being jokes aside, right? Dark Souls exists, so that's not the only thing that exists in modern games, but it's a lot of modern games. Except in Dwarf Fortress, the manual is the wiki, and the manual is curated by people. And no, don't ask ChatGPT to teach you. Anyway, the Stinthad, the woodcrafter, has created a Carinarchium, a tower cat saucet. That's an instrument, I think, and offers it and claims it as a family heirloom. Are you? Okay, they're both trained. I really hope those hatch at some point. Okay, what is this? It's a piano thing. Keyboard instrument. This is a tower cap saucet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap, olm bone, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and menaces with spikes of tower cap and iron. On the item is an image of six-sided long, six-sided prism in cave toed leather. Sosot is a huge stationary bone musical instrument, which houses an 81 cloth strings. The musician uses a glass keyboard to select which of the strings is plucked, so not hit. So it's not like a piano; it plucks them. The instrument has an 8-octave range, going from an extremely low to an extremely high pitch, and the musician cannot control the volume. Ooh, so it's definitely not like, it's more like what's it called, a harpsichord? At all pitches, the instrument has a quivering timbre. It has 2 registers. The low register has a rippling timbre. The high register begins at a middle pitch and has a reedy, muddy timbre. Yeah, it's more like that. Never played Colony Builders. You got this last week and you've been enjoying it a lot. You've played a lot of strategy games, and I think that the most fun part is figuring out how the systems work, but do not necessarily to min-max at a competitive level. Finding this game cool because there is so much continuously to discover. I still discover new shit about this game every day, and I have tens of thousands of hours, right? Maybe not every day, but frequently enough that I still have that feeling after how long I've been playing it. But cool, glad you're enjoying it, dude. I mean, not that I made it or anything, but I didn't make this. So, but glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, no, I mean, to give you an idea, right? Dwarf Fortress doesn't just generate you a map. This map, this, like, I live here, right? This isn't just like a image that's been generated. This is a living, breathing, actively changing, alive world, right? And if I click on this button and scroll up around, maybe I'll see something. Maybe I won't. Depends on if we've had rumors recently. I haven't seen any rumors recently, so who knows? But if we're actively getting rumors, which we clearly haven't been, then you will actually see armies and groups moving around in the world. Yeah, this is my hometown. I haven't seen anything recently. No rumors! God damn it! Sorry, I can't give you my description. But anyway, every single one of these locations, it's not like playing a city builder. It's like playing an extraordinarily slow game of Civ. Because this overworld is sort of like playing its own 4X game above the rest of the game very slowly. So populations are moving around, people are coming and going, things are getting attacked, artifacts are being made, items are being made, and every time you save, everything goes chunk and moves forward. There's some things that can't happen in the overworld because the game doesn't have that possibility, but all of these locations are changing and evolving in real time, and Adventure Mode, which just got added into the beta branch, which is what I'm playing, allows you to make a new character, like this elephant person, or let's just say like this dwarf, make a character like this dwarf, and then walk around in a turn-based kind of CRPG style with permadeath. Very much like a traditional roguelike. Don't ask why he's going so fast. It's a long story. Needs study. Interesting. We need to give you an office still. So because of that, like, there is a lot going on that I think a lot of people miss, right? And a lot of people see Dwarf Fortress and they go, oh, it's a colony simulator. Okay, so I play Fort mode? Got it. Cool. What's adventure mode? I don't care. What's Legends mode? It doesn't matter. And then they skip all of the stuff that actually shows you the depth that the game has, never really interact with it, and then just build a city. And they go, cool, I built a city. Anyway, and then they move on. But like when I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, I'm not playing the fortress that I'm playing. Well, I do that too, but I'm actually playing the faction, right? I'm playing that dwarven faction and seeing how I can affect the world simulation from under the hood. Right now, it's like I've let thieves steal a bunch of my artifacts, which might make some people go, why would you let them steal your artifacts? Well, the reason I'm letting them steal my artifacts is because if they take my artifacts, then I can go steal them back later in adventure mode. Yeah, it does. Here's the thing, right? It simulates eyelid blinking, sort of, right? Like every single dwarf, every single arm, body part is being tracked. It's not really actively making them blink, but what it is doing is it knows that they have eyes, right? This dwarf has been crying recently because they have tears in their eyes, which cuts off, and that bothers me, but that's a different subject. Like, they have tears in their eyes, right? Every now and again, those tears will disappear because they blinked. If they get contaminants in their eyes, they will get itchy and it'll annoy them. And then they'll blink and it'll clean them out, right? Stuff like that. Every single piece of gear they have has temperature tracking. It's like, does any of this matter? Gameplay-wise, no. Which is why this game's hard to get into. Well, a lot of it doesn't. I mean, heck, dwarves can still operate just fine if they have no functional eyes, which is kind of fucked. And cats blink over their entire body? No, cats clean themselves, okay? Let's not give out wrong information here. They clean themselves. Shh. And don't forget that the only difference between a grizzly bear and a lion is a grizzly bear is a large animal with teeth and claws equipped, and a lion is a large animal with teeth and claws and a mane equipped. Because they have main character syndrome, get it? That is a what save word? I'm so confused. YouTube chat's saying it's a gaslit game. I'm like, I mean, it's powered by electricity, not gas, so I don't fully get what you're saying. I mean, if the game was powered by gasoline, that'd be wild. How do I get Dwarf out here now that this is here? Okay, let's do this. You have to have a stockpile available for them to put it there. That's another thing that I think makes this game hard for people to get into, is it doesn't really play like any modern city builder or colony builder. Like, modern colony builders make the game play like more of a RTS, right? You can click on people and make them do things and give orders. This doesn't. This is more of a god game, right? Like, it's closer to Black and White than RimWorld in a lot of ways, because you're not giving orders to your dwarves. You're giving them vague suggestions, and sometimes they listen. And that, I love that. Sure, if you have a stockpile available that they can put the stuff in, they automatically will go collect it if there's a stockpile available where they can go put the stuff. But there has to be a stockpile available, which means you probably don't have a stockpile available. And usually I don't even have a stockpile available. It's also a very low priority job, meaning they will socialize and do literally every other job that you have assigned before they do that, which is why one of the biggest player-driven problems in this game is overworking your dwarves. Right? And I like that, right? Like, people get frustrated by this game because they're like, my dwarf walked into a battle and died. Bah! I'm like, but they chose to. So, like, this is also the only game I've ever played where you could tell me that the AI in this game has become sentient and I might actually believe you. And not in, like, the ChatGPT nonsense bullshit AI. I mean, like, the non-player character stuff. It's because during World Gen, so intelligent creatures like animal people don't have a culture by default, right? So Gorlax, all of the animal people, trolls, although trolls are a weird, unique thing. The sort of intelligent characters do not have culture. Culture is the civilizations that start at the beginning of World Gen. If an animal person shows up in the main character select screen and not the intelligent wilderness creature select screen, it means that at some point animal creatures joined that faction. So they had a discussion, they figured out how to communicate, and they joined that faction. And this game's absurd depth in that doesn't matter is why you get patch notes like this from the other day. This is literally from yesterday. Fixed a World Gen crash from the appointing of chefs by demon rulers that had been influenced by reading out. Let me read this again. It's just such a nonsense thing. Fixed World Gen crash from the appointing of chefs by demon rulers that had been influenced by outside reading materials on decorum and leisure time. So if a dude read a book that taught him to value decor or leisure time, and a demon appointed them as a chef, the game would crash. So, you know, it's just like that really old one, which is like, fixed bug where cats would have an extra pair of floating fingers next to their head. Or like, it was several years there was a bug in this game where dwarves, for some reason, their necks weren't in their bodies. They floated in front of their face because Tarn gave dwarves bodies, but gave them necks later as a retroactive thing. So because of that, you could die of beard infections, and I think you still can. Anyway, which is also how your neck can get chopped off and sail off in an arc. Anyway, that's been fixed, but there's still like this weird thing where if they put it on a necklace, it doesn't go on their head, it doesn't go on their neck, it goes on their head. Because they're... Anyway. Which one, the cats or the next con total? These necklace. Yeah, necklaces are necklace. Naturally. That makes perfect sense, see? Anyway, I need to make... I really need to make a prison, so I'm going to do that. Do I have any chains? I do not. Ropes. How many ropes do I have? Rope. Shitty number. Okay. How many bars do I have? 112 iron, decent amount of silver, 331 copper. Copper works. Copper chain. Let's make 50 of them. Give them something to do. Okay, Rangerick, thank you much. Appreciate you for your time. I'm in an ad break. Kind of seem possible and very scary for dwarves. I mean, it's considered an organ by the game. Oh, I was like, gas salt? What's gas salt or gaslit? What? Yeah, I did read that as gaslit. I was like, what the heck? Chaos is part of the charm. Totally. I mean, dwarves are like somewhere between citizens and lemmings and cannon fodder. It's like, oh, well, some of you are going to die, and that, I guess, just must be a sacrifice that I have to be willing to make in order to play this video game. And the good news is I can almost turn this on. That's the good news. And my prison gonna go up here. Yoink. This is going to be the prison. You got a Titan come and kill 90% of your military. Them webs are deadly. You should try fighting them either with ranged military or, what's the word? Or on stairs. And if you get something with fire, either try and fight it in water or again with ranged military. Because they can avoid the sharp bits. Or the spicy bits. Okay, so the last thing I need to do is I need to go... I'll just do that and that. It's the last thing I get to do. And these. And once those two are done... God, I really need to deal with these tantrums. You only have rookie Mark stores? Ah, it doesn't matter. So here's the thing with Mark stores. Mark stores train 7 times faster if they are training against live targets. Meaning in any situation, if you have Mark dwarves and there's a live target, don't matter. Just put them in a battlement somewhere and train them. Just hide them a safe distance away from the enemy and get them to train because they will win. You have lots of prisoners. Well, there you go. Oh, there you go. That's actually the correct thing. Sleep Dwarven Child's been put to rest. Chat, I'm going to pause the game real quick because I need to take a piss. I'm also quite hungry, so I'm going to go grab lunch. I think ads just ran, so this is not the greatest timing. But chat room, if you could babble amongst yourselves and entertain each other, that would be awesome. I will be back in a couple of minutes with a sandwich. So I'm hungry. Back in a few. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to.
Oh, dude, fuck you. This is fucking sick. Woo! No. No! Bring out your dead!
No!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies.
Oh, dude, fuck you, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Oh, dude, fuck you, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Bring out your dead!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Heal, damn it.
Sandwich!
That's not interesting.
No, 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 no! No! No!
Over here, he has a sword!
Nuclear vessels. Bring out your dead!
You fucking donkey!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Cheese for everyone!
It's a unit system. I know this.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Bah! I return. You know, I'm gonna say a very type 1 diabetic thing here, so don't, like, worry about what it sounds like.
Everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Don't you hate it when, like, you accidentally just knock over a container full of used needles and have to sit there and pick them up? Like I said, it's not what it sounds like, but it's... Got a bunch of stuck dwarfs. It's not what it sounds like, I swear. All right. Now, once this door is here, I'm going to lock it, and then we officially just turn the water on. Just making sure they're... Okay, why are you in here? Get out of... Get out of here. Go. Scram. Skedaddle. Eat. Okay. Now that I've done that, let's scroll down. Go down to here. Go here. Grab this. Click this. Click that. Done. Now we get to test and see how terribly, horribly my artificial waterfall is going to flood everything. And then we have to focus on prison setup. Just have to wait. Whoa! Well, that went faster than I thought it would. Also, that's kind of a blood chill. There's definitely sound from DF. Oh, you're telling me that your game has no sound from DF, not you're not hearing my sound in your... Are you playing on the beta branch? Yeah, no, fair. I thought you were reporting like a stream issue initially. Took me a second. I don't know. Have you tried reinstalling? Like, copy your save files out, delete it, make a new save? Not to be a big meanie, but is it muted in Windows? That's the only other thing I can think of. I have no idea. Because that's kind of whack. I can't say I've ever heard of that happening before. Yeah, I'm wondering if something weird is like just... Because like the only thing I can really think of would be maybe like something decided to just delete it, like delete the files, but like mute the audio files, but I can't think of what would do that. So I don't know. I like genuinely, I'm kind of at a loss. I hope you figure it out, because that sucks. You can play them from VLC? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I am, not that good at tech support, I suppose. I mean, there's people that are way more knowledgeable than me and better than me at this game. Orc dork. I just have the right level of knowledge and the right level of stupidity to try and make a living playing this game. I would say most people are probably smarter than that. Also, I really, really hope that this Gorlak asks to join my faction. Chat, remember this. The lush, entrancing noses. Also, speaking of lush, entrancing noses, the coalition of shanks? Who are they shanking? They're also a former member of the Square League, who I've made this joke already twice before, which is most of chat's fortresses. Square forts, you know. The Square League. The League of Squares. so let's get this prison built. Which I think I'm actually going to put above ground. Just use day sight. For well-rounded individuals, are they sure are a bunch of squares? Yeah, no, totally, exactly. I'm assuming you mean Gorlax, right? That or they're just like people running with the Minecraft theory. I prefer the Paper Mario theory instead of the Minecraft theory. That they secretly take place in the same universe or dimension or something. Because, you know, you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Makes perfect sense. It's called pistol whips. I always go back to Bulbous Sore, which was particularly funny. Yeah, that is wild, Navy. It's got to be like, all I can think about is there's got to be some sort of like weird driver issue. Because I've not heard about a single person suddenly say, all my audio ceased to function in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I've never heard that before. So, that's wild. All right, so the reason I am making oh, that's why there's ice there. There was a pit pond here that I forgot to delete. That makes total sense. Good lord. Okay, well, I feel dumb. Hi, chat. I feel dumb. How are you? I couldn't figure out why there was water appearing there. I was like, there's no aquifer on this map. What the fuck? Where it come from? Bah! All right, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to go cage. Copper chain. 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 We're going to make this nicer, but that's what they're getting right now. And now that I've done that, we're going to wait for these chains to appear. Once they've been constructed, I'm going to start convicting crimes. Maybe it mistakes DF as an app notification, but I have all app notifications turned off. Mostly because I find the word app offensive to me as a computer user. It's an application, you unrefined phone maniac. God. How dare you sully my computer using the aesthetics with your terminology used for people who don't know what a file explorer is. I'm only half serious, but also only half joking. That does actually kind of annoy me. An application, you dipshits. God damn. Anyway. Apps are phones. Applications are for big boy toys, like computers. Sheesh. Somehow Discord and browser didn't work without app notifications on. Doesn't surprise me. Probably gives it more tracking rights. Track you. Okay, so all these are in place. Let's start convicting crimes. Convict! Conviction! Can't do it. What about you? Convict. Well, you're dead, so that's unfortunate. You're also dead, so that's also unfortunate. Somebody. Okay. An app is a thing that you get at a... Prismatic Flux has been found dead. Well, I gotta... speaking of stupid stuff, you want to see something really dumb, Navy? I don't know if you've seen this, but... This is my captain of the guard. And he's stuck permanently sprinting because he was a adventurer who I retired while he was sprinting. So he sprints forever. So he goes super fast. Very effective cop. Gets to the place he needs to be real quick. Problem is then everything dies immediately. Which also makes me want to make a squad of, like, all adventurers that I, like, fail to retire properly. So that they go super fast. And then turn them into zombies so that they don't get tired. It's goofy as hell. Yeah, we still have the speedy sheriff. I literally just answered that question, Big Bang. But yes, Urist land walk is still Urist fast walk. And yes, he does still go fast. Currently, I'm wondering how long it takes for crocodile eggs to incubate. That's what I'm currently wondering. Actually, is there a point where like it's too late for them to like fertilize eggs? Because I forbid those eggs. Oh no! My ton's too injured? You were an adventurer. You're not injured. What? Odd. Hey, you know what? We're gonna let them take these eggs. Someone wants to come get them, come get them. Wait for Lady Croc to lay another round of eggs. Zombie sprint squad in your life? How's Elephant? Not dead. Probably still, hungry. Has been optimistic after pondering migratory patterns for quite some time now. Is still carrying a mug around, which I think is funny. I think because I got her to drink something right before I retired her. Aw, man, am I using the wrong color flooring? I am. Okay, well, fuck. I'll have, like, a granite road go through this area, then. Oh, I see, because that's gabbro, not granite. Duh. Mug glued to hand, something like that, yeah. Can still read, though. Now we just need to wait for that to start overflowing. The other thing I really need that these dwarves desperately want is a temple. So I think I'm kind of between going up a layer on top of this. Like up one, maybe. Roofing this off and then making it on this. No, what I'm going to do is this. This is where the temple is going to go. I figured it out. This is the best idea. This is where the generic anything goes temple is going to be. It's going to be you walk into this area and you go up one, because now that cave adaptation is in, it's just wise to, you know, make it accessible up here. Leopard man with a... The leopard man wasn't even an adventurer. That was just a poet that joined. Just some random poet. Just some random poet, you know? Just need a giant cougar to patrol the dungeon, and then we'll call it Subtle Scribe. I definitely had a giant cougar in my dungeon in a previous fort, which is why I say that. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here, and you're just going to make some black bronze bars, I guess. I don't know how many black bronze bars I can make, but make some black bronze bars. That's kind of cool. You smelt hematite. And you smelt tetrahedrite. You over here make some sterling silver. Actually, not. Do nothing. Okay, so we're going to make a temple, and then I'm going to work on the crafting area. This is going to be the anything goes temple. Just use day sight. Let's use day sight. It's the opposite of night vision. 5x5, I think. Don't fear, Phil. Your timing is perfect. There you go. I mean, I answered it right before you asked it on my end, so. What's the best way to bring value to temples? Put stuff in it. I know that's kind of a non-answer, but the best way to get value in literally anything in this game is put thing in it. Anxious after confined, not anxious after eggs stolen. Okay, well, they're both pretty well trained, so I'm just going to lock this door for a little bit. Artifacts is a good way to do it, yeah. Just about anything will increase the value of a thing if you put it in the place. Putting stuff in the place is the best way to increase the value of a thing in Dwarf Fort. Okay, so something I'm thinking about doing. I'm gonna jump up to here, and I'm gonna go over here. And I'm going to make a track stop right here. This track stop, well, actually, let's just make 10 wooden minecarts. Or wooden minecart? Wooden minecart. Hey, chat, I need to rise to the occasion of making minecarts. Hold up. There we go. Oi. If my knee behaves. I bashed it real hard last night and it's sad. Actually, I'm sad because I bashed my knee. Alright. There we go. Now that we've risen for the occasion, it's time to make some stockpiles. So this is going to be a stone stockpile for all types of stone. Not going to worry too much about steel gear, so we'll say economic and other. It's all going to go there. This right here is also going to be a stockpile. And it's once again going to be for economic and other. This is going to have 7 wheelbarrows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 wheelbarrows. And I'm going to go here and say copper wheelbarrow. 10. Well, they're not dead. What? Oh, it's because apparently I named you Orc Cork and not Orc Dork, which is almost funnier. You're still alive, still doing things, wandering around in the caverns currently. Walk around with a mangled crocodile body. You feel pleasure remembering a sparring session. You saw that and you didn't want to say anything? Well, I figured it out. Anyway, you're not dead. I will say this about getting a dwarf. I'm not going to check them every 90 minutes. But I'll give you that one. Let's do this. That. Cordon? But what's Orzi mean? Yeah. Yeah, no, you can do it like once or twice a stream. But you have a good night, dude, if you're heading out. I don't know what that means. Omniroom Masa. But yeah, we can get you a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? One thing that's kind of wonky in this game is how a single 4x3 plot of plump helmets can sustain 20 dwarves with eaves. I mean, there's a reason for that. It's also like one talented fisher dwarf can sustain an entire fortress with ease. It's literally just food is kind of a placeholder mechanic, and the development of this game is very much in the make a placeholder mechanic to develop cooler mechanic over top of placeholder mechanic later versus making cool mechanic that then you have to redevelop into actual mechanic later. Farming is something that they want to actually like address at some point, but why address that now when it's just going to be something they have to remake later? You want a farmer? Okay. Let me know which one you want. Got some milkers, dyers, planters. Let me know who you'd like. Planter? Which one? There's plenty. We got Lore. We got Kel. We got... that's a miller. Which one would you like? There's two. There's also a potash maker. Maker of the potash. You'd like Lore? Okay. Pissy one? We are in an ad break, but we will read this dwarf's description. Onimaramasa is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is often nervous and he rarely feels discouraged, tries to keep his things orderly, and he licks his lips when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fortress. Chat room, can we get a round of beers for the new dwarf? Also, farming works as is. If you're not going to be simulating true substance farming, then it's not really the point of this game. No, I agree. I mean, the problem is the true point of this game is something that will never actually satisfy a lot of people. Because the true point of this game is, like, to be a game that simulates as much as possible and allowing you to play the simulation. But I think the problem is a lot of people just never will actually want to play the simulation, if that makes sense. A lot of people just want a city builder. So, like, I understand why people want those mechanics to be more than they currently are. Because that makes sense, right? Like, that's the natural response. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war and deeply values introspection. Likes galena, bismuth, emerald, chimpanzee leather, dogtooth, the color pale brown, gems, crossbows, and figurines and chinchillas for their sound. Chinchillas for their... for their fur. I missed the fur bit. And the sound of the wealthy vines, and when possible prefers to consume white stork and pendant amaranth beer. Hates flies. A forgotten beast named Usan has come, a towering feathered lobster, terrified. With it has two narrow tails and a bloated body. Its amber feathers are patchy. Beware its webs. Ah, webs. Okay, where are you? Oh, hey. Well, okay. So, while yes, I do need to kill this, I don't think it can get to me. Well, we'll follow it for a little bit. I have no idea. I haven't seen that happen, if that helps, but I have no idea if it's been fixed. Do me a humongous, ginormous, massive, great, fantastic, awesome, lovely favor, Lamond. Don't ask me if things have been fixed about adventure mode. I don't know. I'm not the person to ask. I'm an expert at fortress mode, and I'm a novice who can figure out the basics of adventure mode. It can swim. All forgotten beasts are completely immune to water, and most of them are immune to some forms of fire. But yes, they can climb and they can swim. Yes, if you reclaim a fort, they'll be in your dining hall. But aside from that, no, not really. But if you reclaim a fort, they will in fact be in your dining hall. Or about to kill you. And forgetting that they're there is a negative. The Spurt of Heart. Gopet Ulsan. Wow. All right, well, I'll let that sit there for a bit and try not to forget about it. But yeah, especially when it comes to adventure mode bugs. Like, I know enough about adventure mode to know how to play it, but I'm not the person to ask about either hyper endgame adventure mode stuff. Currently, I'm trying to learn. And I'm also not the person to ask about bugs, especially if they're old bugs. Forget it even more? That wasn't the question, but okay. Let's go here. I'm like actually having to force myself to stay awake and like put in effort to keep streaming right now. It's like surprisingly tough right now to stream. All right, let's do this. You go into temples. No specific deity. Yes, you can be public. Good God. Finally, that's done. Now that that's there, let's go over here. And I'm going to add a new stockpile. See you later, Bacon. Take care of yourself. I'll try not to kill your dwarf. All right. Stay awake for the dwarves. Not gonna lie, probably not going to, but you know, finish the things that I want to finish at least. What could go wrong? You could get a speeding ticket on your scooter. Another forgotten beast has come. This is a towering quadruped composed of vomit. It has 2 long straight horns and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poison vapors. Yeah, duh. Okay, this one actually can get to me, and it's close by. So I'm gonna tell my squatties and Cappy, go stand here. Cap's gonna get here real fast. Just watch. Come on, Cap. Where are you at? Uh-oh. No, Seiko, you may want to turn around. Good luck, bud. Wow, Orc actually made it here first. Actually, probably because Cap's grabbing gear. Okay, well, this creature is currently fighting with a giant toad. Dwarf in the general vicinity, and it is Urist, my very fast zombie, who stabs the forgotten beast in the right front leg, chipping it. Bits and pieces fly off the creature, probably. Lodges the steel spear firmly in the wound. Misses the captain of the guard. The forgotten beast does. Captain of the guard pulls on the spear and gets it back. Forgotten Beast strikes the captain of the guard, but the shot was blocked. Deftly. Forgotten Beast charges at the stalker jumps away. Forgotten Beast misses the stalker. Captain of the guard, forlorn stalker, stabs the Forgotten Beast in the front leg, chipping it. Kind of surprised that it's not more effective at killing the vomit, but it keeps getting knocked down. And climbs back up. Actually jumps backwards. Still stabbing it repeatedly. Where's the other dwarf? Okay, here comes defense. Okay, there we go. He got it. He finally killed it by scratching the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, which actually tore the injured part apart. Adding just another kill to your list. Now lose another foot on you. Actually, how is that dwarf doing with only 1 foot? There you are. You're down here. You're a little slow. Oh, probably because you're hauling a large obsidian pot. But, like, a little slow. Got a crutch. What's your skill of crutch walking? You're an accomplished crutch walker. Seem to be making do. Can you make a dwarf wander? That is, like, wandering is such a weird one because it's so unclear. I've heard a number of different things. Walking around outside, apparently, is one. I'm gonna convict all these dwarves of their tantrums. It's mostly Melville. Currently, Cappy's in the hospital. Sure, he'll be fine. Ah, lots of bruising. It's probably what the deadly stuff did. Like vermin trapping? Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those weird ones where there's like a lot of things that could help it, but I am yeah, I don't know. If you figure out like a one-stop shop for it, let me know. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I know that one. That's sending out a squad to an empty location, but do know that one. All right, so what else can I move over? Clothing is one I can move over. Rolf the Clother has been taken by a Fey Mood. It's all carpenter shops. Let's get rid of these. There we go. Carpenter shops and wood stockpiles. Of course, they're both immediately dead. Also, Mibzith, I think, was one of my adventurers. Yes, you were. So I need to forbid that and give you a special tomb. Hey, chat room. I know this probably isn't going to be a popular thing for me to do right now, but I'm fucking tired and standing up isn't helping. So I think I'm going to call it, it's weird to say early after 8 hours. I'm going to call it today. Eurus Landwalk is still alive. Well, undead. Still undead. Running really fast. This is slowly racking up kills. Is my captain of the guard. Very good at his job. Don't just run off, though, because we are going to raid somebody. So hang around until we raid. But now's the time to say good night, YouTube. But before I shut you off, YouTube, I do want to note that we will be doing a stream tomorrow. Even though I haven't streamed on Fridays as often as of late. Because tomorrow, Manor Lords comes out. So we will be playing some of that because I would like to play Manor Lords because that game looks really cool. We're going to play some Manor Lords tomorrow. That is the plan. So we're going to play brand spanking new fancy early access game. And the reason I'm playing it? No, not because I'm interested in it. The reason I'm playing it is because the guy who made its name is Greg, and I am also a Greg, so thus it is the law that Gregs must support each other. I don't know. No, I'm actually just interested in it. All right. See you later, YouTube chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow normal time. Hey, Twitch chat. Sorry for the early end. But yeah, boy's tired. It's been a long 2 weeks. And that, and like, I'm currently looking at like my YouTube upcoming and going, oh God, I have to record an episode and edit an episode of a Let's Play tonight. So I'm gonna go chill, maybe even take a nap. And then in a bit, I'm going to whip things back up and get out another episode of Let's Play for you guys. And yeah. I'm gonna go shut the game off and then grab the raid music and then find someone for us to raid. How's that sound to you guys? Sound good? Hope so. Because that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go find somebody to give a raid to.